Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Hello, Casper. How are
You learn
you?
something new every day.
Yeah, and I'm gonna fuck with it more because it's not ready. There's still other, I was doing this last minute, so I gotta fuck with it more, get all the perms right. But yeah, that'll let you
Well,
come in. Let me check my audio. I gotta fuck with it more, get all the perms right. Okay, sounds like audio's good. Pop out the chat so I can keep my YouTube chat for the few people in the YouTube. All of my friends who follow me here, make sure you go give me the follow on YouTube as well. Oh fuck, I said at well. It's Jordan World 1 at YouTube. That's who I am there. Make sure you follow me. Give me that number. Right? Give me those stats. Okay. Hi, Casper. What you doing? How you doing? Candy, say hi to Casper.
knowing you can't make me.
Wow. I don't even know what to say.
No,
Hanging with
Kelvas.
Kelvis. Oh,
Yeah,
awesome. What, in like Discord or something? Or
yeah.
like in person?
I think it's in Discord. I seen
Does he want to.
yesterday
Yeah, go ahead.
Kelvas and Scarecrow and her. They were hanging out in
In
the
here,
Discord.
yeah. I joined, but apparently it was after Kelvis left, unfortunately.
Uh,
So I didn't get to like meet him at all, but I've been told he's pretty dope, bro. So eventually I do want to meet the guy, get to know him, get to know him. But we'll do a little bit of Dave Lay Diver while we wait for anything else to finish up. Everybody else to come on over. Cool. Do you guys want to come on stream, or does he not want to come on stream?
she said, "Yeah, Discord."
Yeah, I saw.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Oh no.
I do make those noises.
I
That's why
know
I
I
find
shouldn't
it
have
so
did that. I
hilarious.
shouldn't have said that.
I just don't do it with you, but I did make those weird noises.
Oh, also thank you for the follow, Fuzzy Rob. I know that was before we started the
Fuzzy,
stream, but you still get a thank you for that.
Fuzzy
Highly
Rob. Does that mean
appreciated. Yep, Fuzzy Rob. That brings us up to 72. 72. Three more till our current goal? What? Hell yeah. And then we got to start pushing. We're going to push for 100 followers. We're going to push for 10 subscribers. Big thing is we got to start pushing for those average viewers, right? Working our way towards verification. That's the goal. Then we can, we can really start moving. Because then after that, we're working for partner, right? Partner's the big goal. That'd be the big money. If you find something in the sea, bring it to me. I'll buy it at a good price. Anyways, good to know you're getting better. I will keep in touch. Dua's Workshop. Purchase ingredients to enhance weapons. Dope. What do we got? What do you got for me, bro? Oh no, your calf. Can I just... Yes, workshop. What do we got? Wait, how do I upgrade my shit? Oh, big goal is that steak sponsorship. Wait, what's that? I don't even know what that is.
So let me ask you. Do you
Also, hey,
feel bad for
Sleepy,
Elon?
welcome, bud. What?
Do you feel bad for Elon?
Which for what?
He got bullied in a live stream of him.
Um, I stake the casino Eddie owns. Oh, that'd be fucking cool. Um, man, we gotta go. We got a long way to go before that, though. Do I feel bad for Elon? Um, in like a human sense, I feel bad that he went through that
Yeah,
bullshit. But
I know.
also, I also think it's like important for him to kind of understand the sort of behavior he's been kind of encouraging a bit.
Yeah.
But like, I don't think anybody should like,
Right. Right.
yeah, like that kind of
I
sucks,
can
right?
feel bad because, like, I don't
Yeah.
think I know he's fucked up. Oh,
Listen,
I don't know. I can't.
I
I
never
can't.
like to see an autistic person get bullied. Okay.
I don't like to see anyone get bullied.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was being
Yeah.
a little tongue in cheek,
But
but
that.
really, yeah, like I feel bad.
But
Of course, I feel bad.
yeah. But you know, that's you. It's hard because, like, it's like you create this toxic environment, and then
Yeah.
you can, when you create a toxic environment, you can become a target of that
Yeah,
environment.
and like
Which,
regardless of all the crazy shit he's done, you know, I also think he has done things that are good, right? That doesn't mean that I don't think this is a learning experience.
yeah,
And I hope he learns from this learning experience that maybe like completely unfettered, unchecked free speech, including hate speech, might give you some outcomes that aren't so great. Like we need to find like a middle spot there, right? Because yeah, in one sense there are people who go way too hard, right? Like on YouTube, which by the way, I have my membership reinstated, so I'm on YouTube, if I want to talk about a certain illness that happened a few years ago, I can't even, try to argue against the bad stuff about it or I'm going to get in trouble with YouTube, right?
why is that?
What?
Why is that?
Cuz that's their policy. There you can't like talk about it at all. So you like can't watch them, you can't watch people talking about that stuff and then argue against it because you're watching the people talk about that stuff, right? So you get in trouble for that. So I can't do it. If I want to talk about that thing, I'll have to, whenever I want to do that, I'll have to end my YouTube stream in order to do it. So, if we are ever going to talk about that stuff, we'll have to leave it for the end of the stream.
Yeah,
I'll just turn
I'm
off my
just trying to
YouTube.
understand, why is it not acceptable to talk about certain things? I mean,
Um,
if you're gonna, okay, so I can understand. Hold on, if you're gonna, like, if you're planning a coup, or if you're planning to kill
sure,
someone, assassinate a boyfriend, or if
sure.
you're planning, some type of criminal activity, yeah. But if you're just
But
honestly
I
talking
think
about a condition
yeah,
that you have,
their argument
and
is
it's
that
not,
any sort of medical misinformation, even if you're platforming it in order to argue against it, is potentially damaging. Which kind of sucks, but it just means if I want to talk about schmovid, right, I have to end my YouTube stream
mhm,
in order to do it.
got,
Yep. Which is dumb because it defeats the purpose of what they're trying to do. But whatever. I don't own YouTube. I can't tell them what to do. Just gotta
right.
deal with it. Just gotta deal with it. Gotta fucking deal with it. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Playing this fucking card What do we got? Oh. Come on. Okay. Okay. We'll go with this one. Yeah, it's annoying. Oh, man. Oh, shit is so crazy. Shit is so crazy right now. The world is crazy right now.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to talk about nothing today. It's like there's so much, too much. There's too much.
Tough titties, my friend. We're gonna have to talk about it.
It's too much.
This is
I
what we
can't.
do. This is the whole purpose. It's the whole purpose of my stream.
It's too much. Too much.
Too
much going. You know what I mean? I just, it's too much. I can't do it.
I know, but we gotta get through it. We gotta do it, and then you know what? Once we get through it, we'll play with Maya a little bit and Miles. Okay, at the end.
You are obsessed.
What do you want? She's got a hot voice. Okay, get off my back.
You are obsessed with Maya.
Look, it's fun. People like it. We had fun with it.
No,
is Raj an open thing, or was that just theirs?
What?
They had.
Oh
Raj
no!
on
They
earlier.
opened it. They opened it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you were having a kick out of it because I could see you in your stream. You were fucking, and I'm like, okay, it's time to move on to other things. Like you were there.
Everybody was talking in chat. They wanted me to say stuff to it. We were having fun. What do you
don't realize.
What do you want from me?
You don't realize how you could. You know what I mean? Like you could eat up a lot of time, just kind of.
Just goofing off. Yeah, having some fun.
Yeah. Shooting the shit.
Yeah. Shooting the shit with a robot.
Goofy motherfucker.
What's wrong with it?
You goofy, man. You goofy, man. Goofy.
All right. Let's see what we got. Next round. Come on. All right, what do we got here? I
remember though. I remember when I was called Goofy for the first time. I was like, "What the fuck is that mean?" Goofy. Like, what the fuck?
Goofy, you goofy fuck.
You goof.
You goofy fuck.
Just like that too.
You fucking goofy fuck.
You. What the
What are you talking about, huh?
Yes, exactly, just like that. You goofy. I'm like, what? Oh my god. It's hilarious.
Ooh, got another full house. Oh, and this one's gonna get me money. Because of these guys.
Like, well, I'm from New York, so they'd be like, you goofy Hager. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus.
Yeah, like that. You goofy Hager. I was like, oh, okay.
Is that a slur? That's not a slur, right? Is that a slur?
Well, I said Hager because I didn't want to say the other one.
Because you're
but
Hispanic.
That's how we. Well, tu sabes. That's how we be doing over here in the Bronx.
That's how we do it in the Bronx.
That's how we talk. But it's really bad here. Like, it's really bad.
Oh, ja?
Like, when they talk, they're like, the conversation is like, and I can't. I'll do it later. I'll do it some other time.
Okay.
I don't want to get you in trouble.
Yeah, that's okay. I get you. That's fine. I appreciate that.
It's like every other word is the N word. My N word. let me tell you my N word. This is what's going on. My N word. It's like, it's really bad.
Yeah, that's probably not appropriate for a lot of people.
Yes. A lot of people would find that offensive.
Yeah.
But that's how they talk. They're like, you goofy.
That's how
You
they
goofy.
are in the
You goofy
Bronx.
nigga.
That's
You
how they
goofy
do it
nigga.
in the Bronx.
That's what we do in the BS. Somebody told me in Tiny. I don't like calling him Tiny. I really don't.
Tiny.
I know. It seems like it's
He's
too
tiny.
personal.
Why?
I
He's our
don't know.
boy.
I if,
He's our boy.
I
He's our
know.
streamer.
I get it, but I don't know. It sounds a little personal. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
We have a parasocial relationship.
He didn't like it with someone when he was doing a debate thing with somebody, and he wasn't doing the debate. He was like the moderator, and
Mm-hmm.
they called him Tiny, and he was like, "What you call me? You call me Tiny?" I was like, "Oh shit."
It's different
He
though
don't like
because like we're his community, right? In the same way that you guys like will always give me shit, right?
Right, right.
That's just how it is.
See, but maybe it's like that nickname he doesn't like, but we just say it. I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe.
Like I don't like how wrong
Oh,
you guys are about raisins and empanadas, but you do it anyway.
oh, no, no. Yuckies. No empanadas with raisins. No me
Oh,
gusta.
no me
Uy, feo.
gusta.
No me gusta. Uy, está feo. Eso
Pero
está
nada, está
feo.
delicioso. ¡Qué
Está feo.
rico! Te digo.
That sounded sex.
Riquísimo.
That sounded sexual to me. Ay, you know what I'm saying when he said, "Ay, qué
Ay, qué
rico," you know what I mean? Ay,
rico.
papi, qué rico, muy bueno. You know what I mean? That sounded,
No,
it
I made a
sounded
mistake. I
like,
did a stupid. Oh, I'm so dumb. Why did I do that? Oh my god. I wasn't paying attention.
it's,
Candy, you distracted
it's,
me.
it's because of the, ay, qué rico.
Yes, you
Ay,
distracted me.
qué
I
bueno,
pressed the
papi.
wrong button. Oh
Ay,
my
papi, qué
god.
rico. See?
Oh my
It's
god.
very
I got the
distracting.
same card 3 times in a row. That's so fucking annoying. Oh no, I'm gonna have to play
Ay,
this
qué
one
rico.
over. I
Ay,
fuck
qué
it
rico,
up.
papi.
I fuck it up. Whoa,
Ay,
shit.
papi,
Okay,
qué
okay. We're on
rico.
YouTube too,
Huh?
okay? Jeez.
Did, does YouTube speak Spanish? Oh, I'm
I'm
in
pretty
trouble.
sure they speak all of the languages, Candy.
No, I could, I don't know. We
Me
could
está
just
jodiendo,
argue that
Ana.
that's how I express something that's delicious. Ay, qué rico.
Ana.
Ay,
Okay, I
qué
got one
rico,
more shot
papi.
here.
You know? Right?
Okay.
It sounds so. Anyways, so
¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué te pasa?
tú sabes, always. You know how Latinos are.
Con la
Prendido,
pasión.
prendido, prendido 24/7 como una lámpara prendida.
I am pretty sure they speak Spanish.
Who? YouTube?
YouTube. Yeah.
Mm. Well, they'll have to um, translate it first. They're gonna have to Google Translate it first.
El Google Translate.
El Google, el Google,
El Google.
el Google. Yo, let me tell you, they'll say it like that, cause you know how oh, you probably don't know.
¿Qué?
They'll try to pronounce it in English, but pronounce it at the same time in
Sí,
Spanish.
sí, lo
So
hacen
they'll
en
say
Argentina
el
también. Dicen,
Google.
por
Yeah, el
ejemplo,
Google.
dicen Sprite.
Spray.
Sprite.
What in the fuck is that? I don't.
Sprite.
I no. I know I'm saying it's Sprite, but I'm saying like, what the fuck he's talking about? It's Sprite.
Mira,
Like, what the fuck?
es Sprite. Es lo que es. It's what it is. Sprite.
It's Sprite. I'm like, no, no.
Oh goodness. Goodness gracious. Guys,
Where
if
did
you're still watching, I know we're shooting this shit right now. We're waiting for anything else to finish up and everyone to come over before we get into the politics stuff. I'm sorry if we're being boring right now. We're just shooting the shit. They're just quiet in chat, so I thought I'd let them know. Yeah.
they don't want to engage in the Sprite conversation?
No, well they don't. They probably don't speak Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably like, "What the fuck are you guys talking about?"
Sprite, puede Sprite,
Sprite,
Sprite.
a sandwich,
It's
sandwich.
sandwich.
Decimos
I
sandwich in
know.
Argentina. We say
But that's what I'm saying.
sandwich.
It's or they'll say sangui, el sangui.
No, nosotros no. We don't say sangui. We say
Oh,
sandwich.
see, some people say sangui, or they'll say what? I don't know if they use this in Argentina, but every cereal, no matter what cereal it is, a
Uh huh.
conflate,
It's cornflakes. Every single cereal is
conflate.
cornflakes.
See, every cereal is. What are you eating? Voy a comer conflate, but it's not really
That's
that they're
so
eating
funny,
cornflakes,
dog.
but they just call it conflate. A
That's so
conflate.
funny.
I don't know why, but every cereal is conflate.
Let's see what else.
It's
Like, what other like words do we do like that? I'm trying to think, cause there's a lot, right? Like we do that a lot. There's all kinds of words and shit. Yeah.
perhaps.
Um, I don't know.
There's a lot. There's a lot of words that did.
That are just like
Uh,
pure English.
Wi-Fi.
El Wi-Fi's.
And the first time I heard that, I was like, "What
What? Yeah. What
the
the fuck are
fuck
you
is
talking
Wi-Fi?"
about, bro? What the fuck is a Wi-Fi?
Yes. What's a Wi-Fi?
Are you trying to wife me right now? Weird, bro.
It's Wi-Fi. Yeah, they're talking about Wi-Fi. And they say
El
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Like, what is that?
Let's see. No, Google. And that's funny because like Google, that's how the Israelis say it too. Google.
Google.
You have a Google, huh? You have a Google.
Google. I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know. It just sounds weird. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of more
I
words.
guess they don't
There are
have another
definitely
word
more,
for
but
it.
like I can't think of them right now.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm sure that, it's other words for it, but I don't know, I can't think of any, but it just sounds weird when they say it, like Google, el Google.
Hmm. Now we gotta
They,
think.
they, they say the Spanish word, but they try to use the English enunciation, el Google.
Dealt me dog shit on this one. Oh, okay, here we go. Still get a full house. It's a shitty one, but can get rid of all these cards here. Yeah.
I'm gonna need to. Uh, is this
Oh,
right?
straight flush. I gotta save that for the next round. Oh man, look at that. Oh wow. Wait, does it give me a new hand when I do this? Fuck it. I'm just going for it. Yeah.
¿Qué es eso?
It's this game. It's the game within. It's a game. It's a card game within Dave the Diver. But like, I
Yeah,
have to play
I
it to
know.
win this mission.
I seen it. The poker.
Yeah, I have to play it to win this mission though, and like, It's not the standard gameplay, so I don't know if it's like fun to watch or boring to watch. What do we got? What do we got? No whammies. 2 for every Joker card. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, so it did do a new thing. Okay. Nice. Full house. A full house. Very good. Very, very good, huh? Very good. Just one hand and I win. Very good. We're doing well, okay? We're doing very, very well.
That's what he said. Just one hand and I win.
Tento te scoring club card, current card of any other suit.
God, why am I so dirty? God damn it.
So sucia.
I know. I can't even lie. Que sucia, coño.
Sucia. Okay.
Sucia.
And then after this guy, I think there's only one more person I have to beat. Okay, what do we got? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dope. We got a straight. Let's go.
Que sucia.
Sweet. Full house. Let's go. Okay, I think we got it. Voice crack. Damn it.
Why are you voice cracking?
I don't know. It's my voice. Agui. I have won.
What? Why you changed your voice? Oh no, it's my voice.
It's my voice. That's
Why
what I
you put-
do. I do voices. That's my thing.
Why you put more bass in your voice all of a sudden?
Because my voice is bassy.
My voice.
I got that bassy voice. Does that weird you out?
A little bit. A little bit.
Yeah, because that's not my normal speaking voice. To come down.
Word.
Yeah.
Oh.
What was it in Family Guy? What did they say? Darling, you and I are gonna make the baby.
Oh. What? Yeah, that is kind of weird.
Well,
Fuck,
what?
You and I are gonna make a baby.
You and I are gonna make
Does it play
Where's the last
Barry
person
White
that
music?
played?
Barry White?
Yeah, it was something like that. It was like something like that. Some joke like that.
You and I are gonna make a baby.
Where's the last? Where's the last person I gotta play fucking cards with? Huh? Where this person at? I can't check my phone on this beluga. Okay, Mima. Oh, she's the dumpling lady, right? The fucking dumpling lady.
Mima sounds like your grandma.
Mima.
Mm-hmm.
Like Sheldon's grandma. Horsehair crab.
It's my Mima.
Okay, now, Mima. She's the last one I gotta beat. And then hopefully I'm done with this stupid card game. I don't have to play it anymore. Okay, what do we got here? What do we got?
You don't like playing poker?
No, I mean, like, it's fine. I'm just like, that's not what I'm playing this game for. Don't give me the same fucking cards. Come on. Ooh, here we go. Full house. All right, there we go. We'll play these cards. Boom, boom, boom. Get more points. More points. There we go. First round. We got it. We got it. Okay, what's next? What we got here? +4 mult, +3 discards each round, but we lose one on the hand size. You know what they say about hand size.
No, I don't.
I don't know. Probably something about your dick or something like they do with foot size.
Oh, do you know what they say about foot size?
Yeah, like if you have big feet, you have a big dick. You never heard that thing before?
No, no, no. They say if you have if you have big feet, you wear big shoes.
No.
You know what they say about people who wear big shoes?
What?
They're clowns.
Oh, wow. Whoa, the revelations that we're having today. Truly monumental.
I know, right?
You're blowing
Don't
my
say I never
mind,
taught you.
Candy. I will never say you taught me nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
You've already
Big
taught me.
feet, big
You already
shoes,
taught me
big
so
shoes.
much.
They're a clown.
Taught me so much.
Coñazo, I'm gonna need to do this bullshit, yo.
What do we have? All cards are treated as. Oh, I can only choose one.
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh no, you didn't. No, sir. Or
I don't know why that
debuffed.
came to mind. Oh no, you didn't.
Why are you debuffing me? 7, 8, 9, 10, jack. Cool. Straighto. Cool. Debuffed.
What?
So lame. So lame. Don't debuff my shit. Okay.
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh, man.
And
Okay, we got a straight. We got a straight. That's fine. We'll go with a straight. Yeah,
But I gotta be straight.
No, with a straight.
I know.
Okay, I think that's enough. I think we did it. Yeah! They're probably gonna make me like play against like one final person or something. You're gonna be like, you beat all these people in cards. Now you have to beat the final boss.
That would be base.
Boss.
The card boss. The card shark or something.
Yeah. That'd be funny if it was a shark. Okay. Now I.
Oh,
yep.
right?
Yep. There
I
is.
didn't
There's
even
one
think
more.
of that.
There's one more. I have to
I didn't even
challenge
think
one
of
more
that.
guy.
Shark is the fish.
Yeah.
I get it. Card
Yeah.
shark. Ah.
I have to challenge one
real
more
shark.
guy. One last person.
No jodas.
No, no te estoy jodiendo.
No jodas.
Okay, this guy, we play with you one more time, okay? And then we finish with this fucking game. Your patience has paid off, thank you. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, I see, okay. Let's try discarding this one card first. Oh, 10. Jack. Queen, king, ace. We have a straight.
Why are you talking like Bad Bunny?
I'm not talking, I'm not talking like Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny.
I'm talking like an Argentino who speaks English. I'm talking like my tío Daniel.
Tu tío Daniel.
Mi tío
Daniel
Daniel.
is in the chat. Daniel está en el
No,
chat.
no,
Sí.
es un Daniel diferente.
Este es
Es mi
Gopi.
tío Daniel.
El pequeño Gopi.
El pequeño Gopi. That's it. That's what you gotta call him when he shows up. You'd be like, hello, el pequeño Gopi.
El pequeño Gopi.
Alright, gain a multi 2 when a face card scores. Multi 20 when fewer than 3 cards are played. Okay, fuck that. I'll do face card. What do we got here? What do we got here? What do you got for me? 2 points for each remaining down in the deck. 30 points for each remaining discard. What?
Today, somebody asked a question in the chat, in Tiny Chat.
Uh-huh.
And I answered them in Spanish. And they were like, I don't speak Spanish. And I'm like, ¿por qué no?
¿Por qué no? Why don't you learn your Spanish? Huh? ¿Por qué you
But
don't
I
learn
asked
your
you in English.
Spanish?
¿Por qué no?
¿Por qué you no learn your Spanish?
¿Por qué tú no sabes?
¿Por qué?
Aprende. Oh, God. I just laugh. I laugh at my own stupidity. I get a kick of my stupid shit.
This is bad. This is a bad play. This one's a bad play. What are we talking about aside from Espanol? Well, we're waiting for anything else to finish and everybody to come in, but you know, we're gonna be talking. I mean, I've got like a whole list of notes and shit to go over. Really? Are you and Kelvis still chatting? Does he want to like join stream, or is that not really his jam?
What's his marmalade?
Right. What's his marmalade?
Jam? Marmalade?
Yeah, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
It's like bonger marmalade.
See?
Okay. Sure. Whenever you're ready, Casper. Kind of. What do you mean, kind of? What do you mean, kind of? Multi 4 times every time a heart suit. Hand is a straight. Okay, we don't have a lot of points. My special interest. For the last 15 years. Spanish?
No me jodas, Jordan.
Marmalade is for citrus. Oh, kind of. Oh, she's talking about the marmalade. I don't know.
El marmelado.
Marmelado.
Right? Marmelado.
El marmalade.
No marmalade. Okay,
El marmalade. That was like more Italian sounding.
I know.
Oh, it's Casper!
Anyway.
How about that voice crack, by the way? Holy shit. I am just
that excited? Damn.
all over the place. Right. I'm always excited to talk to you, Casper.
Aw. Anyway.
Go ahead.
Okay, so
Teach us. Teach us.
Well, marmalade, I mean, just Google it real quick. But jam is for most fruits, any fruits. Both of them are preserves. Like jelly is when you have gelatin in it. Generally speaking. Again,
what about
food
jam?
Science, there's like rules, and then there's like the rule breaking. But like the general rule of thumb is if it's a jam, it's just a preserve. So you can have chunks and bits and seeds and stuff in it. Normally it's cooked down with sugar and probably lemon juice most of the time. Sometimes it's ginger, sometimes
chunks,
allspice, stuff like that. And jellies are more like the juice is jellified, jellied, jellified. And the marmalade is specifically used for citrus fruits. So like you'll have an orange marmalade or a lemon marmalade or something like that. You normally see orange marmalade. Yeah, that's the difference. Okay. So it's like kind of you're right, but you're wrong, but kind of you're right. But then again, because of the internet, food, and TikTok, to be honest, food rules have changed, especially when it comes to like the restaurant industry the last like 10-ish years. I realize we're in 2020, so more 15-ish years when fusion became a thing, like a really big thing.
Oh yeah.
So
I think I'm in trouble here, guys. Oh no. Oh whoa! I hit it right on the money. What?
Would you guys be interested? And it doesn't have to be on your stream. I could just do it on Discord. I have a shit ton of like 1800s to now cookbooks, including Depression era cookbooks.
Oh.
Would y'all be interested if I like go in there and like research them and
yeah, that sounds interesting. That sounds interesting to talk about on stream too.
I mean, totally. Remember, we're gonna hit like we're gonna hit the 1910s, 20s where
hey, look, listen, we gotta be prepared. We got a depression coming on, okay? We gotta be ready.
I'll tell you what right now. Potatoes. Especially because of the 104% tariff on fucking China. Although, don't we get most of our rice from Japan?
Sorry, I had to do that.
Oh, that's fine. I was thinking, we get most of our rice from Japan or China?
What's that?
We get most of our rice from Japan or China? I guess I can Google that, but...
We're so cooked.
Potatoes. You can grow potatoes from a potato. You can grow many potatoes from a potato. You can do it in the backyard. You can do it in an apartment. Potatoes. I want that as a tattoo.
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
First we gotta the first like not first, but the first idea is let's buy our own chickens. Now we gotta grow our own potatoes too.
Well, yeah. Sorry, I'm away from my computer.
That's true. We gotta do our own chicken. What?
It's the easiest thing to grow.
Yeah, because with egg.
What are you saying?
I'm getting my cookbook. Sorry.
Nice.
Potatoes are the easiest thing to grow. You can throw them in a box, like an old, like a shopping bag. You know, those cloth ones. You can throw them in one of those. You can throw them in like a $1.25 tree, little like organizing bin that goes in like boxes, like on shelves and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You go throw them in there with some dirt and forget about them. The problem is it takes about 6 months. So when you want to you want to grow potatoes, you want to start have every month start a new batch of potatoes. And you can do it with an old ass potato, you know, that little eyes that you're supposed to pick out when you cook the potatoes.
Sure.
That's the sprouts. So all you have to do is wait for that to sprout. You can throw it in your pantry or whatever and throw it in there for a month and a half. And once it has the eyes and it has a little sprout, you can cut it. And if it has multiple sprouts, it's even better. You cut it where a sprout is and you throw it in the dirt with the sprout up. And you forget about it for 6 months. And then all of a sudden you have 10 potatoes.
There we go. We're ready.
Yeah,
we are ready for this worldwide depression. We're going to take it head on.
Potatoes make vodka as well. I have not got a distillery set yet, though. But I am going to get, for my birthday, I think I'm going to get a mead, like the wine screw thing that helps air get out so you can make your own wine and stuff. Because my parents have a shit ton of dandelion, so I can make dandelion wine and stuff.
Dandelion.
So, it's really good for your heart, minus the wine part.
You know the meme I'm referencing, right? Must be the last one of the season. You all know that shit, right?
I told you hit my special interest.
What?
I told you hit my special interest.
Yeah, I know. Happened. You know the shit out of
you allowed me a microphone.
And you're welcome. You're welcome to use that microphone anytime.
I'm trying to help all of us.
Indeed. We have shit. We gotta be ready for shit, okay?
Right, because what I was referencing is when egg prices, right, went up. It's like everybody's like, well, we gotta get our own chickens, right?
Oh yeah,
And
those
then
things.
now
right.
now that now that tariffs and stuff, now we gotta grow our own potatoes. Pretty soon we'll have our own like moonshine.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'll give some to Jordan for free. He's in the same state. At least
We're
it's
gonna
easy to
be
drive to him.
moonshining.
We are gonna have to move to the same state so that we can, you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
You know, you've seen those movies where they're, zombie apocalypse kind of movies.
I'm considering making a compound. Genuinely. Like
Yeah.
I was before all this shit, but I was genuinely considering because I do like Sleepy Joe, he's an isolationist, but I am that way to a point. Like I want to be self-sufficient in my house or my home.
Right.
But I don't need the country to be isolationist. So it's like, yeah, individually, sure, I want to be able to do what I need to do. I believe in freedom gardens, which I think we should do a stream about, or at least I'll just gossip to the boys in Discord about it.
Yeah.
And
Can I ask you something?
yes, my love.
It may sound.
Go for
What's
it.
an isolationist?
It's when you refuse to. Well, in Sleepy Joe's case, and Daniel's the one who fights him the most, not me. I kind of stopped fighting with Joe, but it's when you don't trade with other people, you don't get anything from them, you don't trade with them, you just stick to your own. Country-wise, you stick to your own, you make your own stuff, you stay by yourself. You don't participate in the global economy. You don't. You make your own stuff. You sell your own stuff within your own country. You just don't participate.
As opposed to me, who's a globalist. Right. I like international trade. I like free trade between countries and shit like that.
Yeah.
And I don't like tariffs.
Yeah.
Me no likey tariffs.
I'm genuinely considering buying a plot of land and making a compound for people because, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I'll be right there.
But not a fundamentalist
I'll be there.
I'll help build, grow the chickens, milk the cows.
Well, honestly,
I ain't afraid of hard labor.
You're gonna grow the chickens, huh? Just like they want you to.
You know, exactly. Grow the chickens. That was such a stupid statement. On my part, of course.
I couldn't believe
grow
that
the
shit.
chicken.
You would be surprised. You would be surprised how much shit you can make just from heavy cream. So if you get the cream from the cow, right, when you milk them,
oh yeah,
you'd be surprised how much shit is made out of that stuff. Like everything. You can make your butter. You can make sour
milk.
cream,
Yeah, everything.
Yogurt,
yep, sour. Yep.
Everything. Amazing. That's what I've been doing.
But we're also gonna need either sugar cane or something similar to sugar. You know, sweeten things a little bit.
That and rice is where I'm having issues because we in California we can't have rice patties. It's too hot where I live, and I'm like, shit. Well, that's the easiest grain. We could do wheat. I need a mill. It's also on my birthday list. Is a hand crank mill, so I can mill my own wheat to make flour and shit. But that's easier. But some people can't do wheat. Like I can't even do wheat. I'm now realizing. I was like, but rice is amazing. So, what else?
You're like lactose, not lactose, glucose.
I think it's gluten. I'm not positive. I actually do have to get...
God damn it, God.
Gluten. I do have I totally understand. This is how I feel. This is how I feel when Jordan talks about astrophysics. It's like I'm interested, but I don't know what the hell you're saying. I like space.
Yeah.
Pretty much all I can add. When you talked a couple weeks ago when we talked about astrophysics, the first time I chimed into your stream,
right?
You were like, "Does that make sense?" I was like, "Yes," but you have to pretend that I've been a housewife for the past 5 years and I haven't learned anything aside from kitchen stuff. because that's where I find joy, is the kitchen.
Right, but you were saying like, what were you saying just now that is like that?
Oh, when Candy was saying she mistook glucose for gluten.
Oh,
Or gluten for glucose, and I was like, "Oh, you just misspoke. It's fine. That's how I feel when Jordan speaks. It's like I know what you're talking about, ish, but I didn't name it right, or I don't know the name of it."
Cosmic, and I don't know if you were in there. Were you were in there the other day when Cosmic and I were talking about astrophysics in Tiny's chat, right?
Yeah, you guys were vibing. You guys were having a grand old conversation, and he joined in that night.
Anything that has to do with science, aerospace, I just walk away and leave Jordan.
No.
I just walk away because he gets deep into that shit. It's like
he's good for you.
Yeah.
He's good for you.
No.
He's very good for you.
Okay, I believe you, but still, no.
He's good for your brain.
Yeah.
From what I've learned,
hard pass.
From what I've learned, Candy, is even if you don't understand what the hell they're saying, you can still take bits and pieces. You can still take bits and pieces from what they learned, because from what I've noticed and what I've seen and what I've read and what I've heard and whatever, there's a lot of rhyming, repetition, and almost poetry from the cosmos to what we see every day.
I think I'm pretty good at explaining it.
I mean, if you look at the
it's not okay. I'm just not interested.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm just not interested. You start talking that shit, I'm like, I'm spacing out. I'm like, yes. I'm just not interested.
That's when they talk about like.
I'm being honest. They get into this. Or when they, I don't know. I was gonna use an example, but that wasn't a good example. Like what? The whole Israel thing is not. It's not that I'm interested in, but I don't know enough, and there's so much history behind it that I don't know, that I don't even dare dip my toes in that one.
Yeah, but I sat there with you and I explained as much as I could, like answered all of your questions.
Again. But you know what? Somebody different might step in and tell me a different perspective.
Yeah, but
because I think everybody. I just rather just not dip my toes in it.
I'm the same way with you, Candy. I'm like, when they start talking global politics and stuff like Israel and Palestine or Russia and Ukraine, I kind of just step back. Like, I don't know.
I think Ukraine is a little bit easier. I mean, like, Russia invaded Ukraine, period. That's it. And the politics behind it is just Russia wants to take the territory. I don't think, but the Palestine, the Gaza thing, that fight has been going on for centuries, decades. It's so
like
fucking complicated.
It depends on like what stage of it you're talking about.
Right.
If you're talking about really the beginning, it's more than 100 years. But if you're talking about from the establishment of the state of Israel, it's like 80 years.
Be right back. I gotta put meat on the smoker.
Okay. Smoked meat.
Yeah. I love me some meat. I could never be vegan. Fuck that. I like it all. Beef, steak, pork chops, pernil, the roasted pig. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, beef is so like central to the Argentinian diet.
They make yes, and you gotta admit do they do the pig roasted pig on the lechon de la varita. You know what I'm talking about?
So it's not. I mean, like mostly it's beef. We have cerdo from time to time, but it's not that common. It's mostly beef.
Oh my god, it's so good. I know Hawaii does it like this. The pig in the spigot where you just roast it slowly in a stick. Oh, that's the best.
Yes.
That is the best. Oh my god, it's so good. You have to try it to know what I'm talking about.
I'm sure I've had that kind of shit before.
It's so good.
Oh,
I don't know
clean
what
off
they
the
put in it. They might put crack in it, for all I know. But that shit is mad good.
Damn. Crack
You
babe.
know. You know.
Mm.
Coca-Cola used to put crack in their shit too.
Cocaine, not crack.
Oh, why do I keep conflating these fucking
I
things?
don't know.
Yeah, crack is technically cocaine, but you're right.
It's
I'm
different.
not
It's
gonna
like the
say.
way it
Yeah,
is like different.
right,
Yeah.
right. It's one is cooked and one is like yeah, yeah. Yep, yep.
Oh no, I did get it right.
Keep
Okay, perfect.
I keep fucking up. Yep, yep.
It's okay. Oh, look at a big old jellyfish.
A big old jellyfish.
Oh boy.
A big old jellyfish.
Huge old teeth.
Shit. Oh,
Okay.
Eventually, because I have a dehydrator, I've already made my own spice blends from my mom's
uh-huh.
garden. We can grow tomatoes and peppers. I swear to God, that's like all we can grow. And at my mom's house, so I started dehydrating a shit ton of different peppers: cayenne, Fresnos, Anaheim's bell peppers, habaneros, and a couple of ghosts. But a ghost pepper got ripped out. I was mad about that.
Oh.
Yeah, I was mad about that one. But I and pepperoncinis and jalapenos, jalapenos.
Pepperoncini.
So,
did you say jalapenos?
So I ended up, yeah,
She said jalapenos.
Yes, I did, and I don't care. I like it. It gives me joy.
You're talking with two Latinos here, okay?
It's
yeah, I'm Russian, so.
Jose Jalapeno. Jose Jalapeno.
I guess it's Jose.
Jose Jalapeno. Josh Jalapeno. There we go.
Listen,
yes,
we're not
Jalapeno.
Ricky from Trailer Park Boys, okay?
How do you know? I could be trailer trash. You would never know.
I will always appreciate a Rickyism, but I'm also triggered.
I apologize for triggering you, but get over it, Lefty.
Wait, do you guys even...
Facts don't care about your feelings.
Okay, Ben Shapiro.
I don't speak fast enough to be Ben Shapiro.
He does speak real fast, doesn't he?
I could, but I don't. I try not to,
Could
at
you?
least. Could if I had a Red Bull. Don't want to supply me with one?
How, pray tell, would I be able to do that?
I don't know.
I'm like a little bit far
Figure
away
it out,
right now.
Jordan. Figure it out.
Figure it out. Figure it out.
Figure it the fuck out, okay?
Ouch.
Okay.
Ouch.
So now that I have a smoker and a dehydrator, I'm gonna start making my own jerky because this shit's too expensive anyway. Trying my own meats.
See,
Smoking meats.
Casper, I have never heard you speak this excited about
Oh, it's only
anything.
better. I love food. And that's why I have to lose weight, is because, like, when people listen to me
Casper
about
is the
food
foodie.
when people talk to me about food science, and I talk about food science, and I'm like, okay, well, this is healthy and this isn't as healthy for you, and I look fat, it's like, I'm not gonna believe you, you're fat. And I'm like, okay, well, I gotta lose. People actually listen to me because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. This shit is molecular.
When it comes to healthy
this shit is biology. This shit is chemistry. Yes. I spent way too long.
So
and
people look at you and say, "Oh, you're fat." I don't believe what you're saying.
Yeah. So now it's time to live my own words.
That's some hard shit.
Harsh.
Good.
It's
I'm
harsh,
well on my
man.
way there.
The fuck?
She's putting in the work. She's putting in
except
the
for today.
work, okay?
She's putting in the work eating them jalapenos.
Eating the jalapenos.
I like my spicy food. I might not have the genetics for spicy food, but I sure as hell have the taste buds for it. It's delicious.
Do you need
I can't
genetics
stand
for spicy food?
I love spicy food. Well, here's the thing. There's a difference between... Thank you, sir. My dog.
I heard.
There's a difference between spicy for heat and like torture, and there's spicy with flavor. There's
spicy for torture. That's not usually what I hear about it for, but...
Well, you know, when you have like the world's hottest hot sauce and stuff like that, it's like it doesn't have flavor.
It's
like,
just
well,
torture.
you can have the hot, you just gotta have the flavor, and Chinese cuisine is really good at that.
True.
Yeah, that's my problem with I don't like spicy food, but to me it just tastes like hot sauce. It doesn't have like flavor.
So spicy food isn't like a big thing in Argentina, but I actually don't mind it. But I'm like, I can handle it if it's like really, really spicy, but I just rather not because I'm really about the flavor of food, right? So like a little bit of spice, you know, enough to add to the flavor is really cool, and I'm totally down with that. But if you're just doing it just to like fuck with me, right? It's like, okay, like I can handle this, but like what's the fucking point, you know?
The point is to burn your butthole. Hello?
Yeah, fuck that. I don't like that. Who likes that?
Burn your butthole. Hello?
Yeah, who's gonna like that shit? I'm not gonna like that shit.
I'm sure someone somewhere has that
has that kink.
Yeah. I'm sure someone somewhere does.
Yeah, they're like,
there's
I love burning my
everybody.
butthole. So true.
Some of them are.
I want to burn my butthole.
Weird, man.
Like, if you have like a whisk or a food processor or a mixer of some sort, it doesn't have to be KitchenAid. It could be any sort of mixer. A lot of this shit you can do at home. You don't have to spend $10 for a jar of fucking mayo. You can do it at home.
I'm probably not gonna make mayo though, but I make all kinds of other stuff. Like I like to make my own chimichurri.
There, I have not found a good enough recipe for chimichurri.
Make chimichurri.
Oh, dude.
I told you, I make chimichurri all the time because to me, what he calls chimichurri,
is chimichurri.
Casper, chimichurri, whatever.
No, it's
what he calls that.
It is. What we eat is chimichurri.
Right.
I don't know what the fuck you're eating, but it's not that.
It is. It is.
No,
what he calls chimichurri is what we call sofrito in Puerto Rico, and that's what we season everything with. It's like peppers, onion. It's like diced peppers, onions.
No onions.
Garlic.
You don't do onions, Jordan?
No, chimichurri does not have onions.
Oh no, it doesn't.
It's not about.
I thought you didn't like onions.
Yeah, it's not. No, I'm fine with onions. I like onions. I'm just talking about making a proper chimi. I'll send you a recipe. Hang on.
Please do. I'm growing my own onions and shallots at this point because I'm sick of. Well, to be fair, they don't cost much. But.
Is it okay if it's in Spanish, or do you want it in?
No, you can do it in Spanish. I'm Californian. I can at least read Spanish. I just don't speak it very well. And also,
this one has cebolla. I wouldn't do it with cebolla personally.
See, I know it had onion because I seen it when I looked it up. Because you sent me a recipe or something and I told you that's what I use for to season our fruit. Like it's like minced onions, peppers, garlic,
vinegar, pepper, red chili, oil, parsley, garlic, salt, oregano.
Yeah, we don't use not red chili oil.
Okay.
Do you use dried oregano or fresh oregano?
Probably dried.
Thank you.
But you could use either or, to be honest.
I would go with dried personally, but yeah, I guess you could.
You could use both. It doesn't, because one is it's still it's all in oil. So the oil is still gonna absorb. The fresh oregano will be probably more.
Oil. That's what it's gonna be there more than anything else.
Oh, I have a really good oil vendor here. I actually only get my oil from him now. So yeah, I trust that oil. Like I could drink it.
Your oil dealer.
My oil guy.
I gotta know.
He's at my house.
What?
I use like the Kirkland olive oil, but for just like random recipes. But when it comes to like sauces and stuff, I only use his stuff.
So I've switched to avocado oil for like my stir fries.
That's a good choice.
Yeah.
It's expensive though.
It's not that bad actually.
No, it isn't. I think maybe at some point it was, but if you revisit
now it will
that,
be, right?
but yeah, it was going just as much as olive oil. Yeah.
If you thought us millennials, were priced out of avocados before,
now we will.
Now we really are.
Yeah. Aguacates.
Aguacate. Que rico.
I have a question, and it's a really ignorant question for the both of you.
Okay.
Is Mexican Spanish...
Oh, no.
Different than... No. Okay, thank you.
Wait.
No,
because I can understand most of the words you guys were saying, but...
Is Mexican Spanish different from Argentine Spanish? Yes, very much so.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Puerto Rican Spanish is different from Argentine.
Yeah, sometimes she's saying stuff and I'm like, I don't know what she's saying. I have no idea what she's saying right now.
Or I'll say something and you're like, that means something else in my...
Yes! Oh my god, there are a couple pretty funny ones too, right? Like, joder.
Joder means fuck, right?
To us it means fuck.
And generally, it means screw, fucking, right?
Yeah.
But we use it in a different way. It still means fuck, but it's like fucking around. So when I say voy a joder contigo, it means I'm gonna fuck with you. When he hears it means I'm going to fuck with you. Like,
well,
fuck,
no,
sex,
like no, that's
right?
actually true. We like if like you say something unbelievable, I'll be like, me está jodiendo. Like that's the same. Yeah, we'll use it the same way. What about shell? How do you say a shell?
Concha. That means what? Coño?
Pussy.
Conchale. Oh, la concha.
Sí. Como los argentinos, the Argentines,
sí.
Will you not ever hear us? Like, haven't you ever heard us say something like, la concha tu madre?
Right. It makes sense because, okay, so, Casper, concha means clam. So, hello.
I mean,
like one of my favorite strings
clam,
is la concha
the vagina,
de tu hermana que vino de la puta que te parió.
Makes sense. Concha clam, Yeah.
That makes sense. It's been a while since I've been around people who speak, Spanish. I mean, I grew up in it, but I'm isolated now, so it's not like I'm around Spanish that much. But back in the day, that just meant clam. That just meant shell, like a conch shell, like a
concha.
Necessarily a clam.
Us.
And that makes sense though, in context. And that's the thing that I can handle with you guys. It's like contextually, I can kind of guess what you guys are saying.
Yeah.
La concha tu madre.
Jordan, are you into linguistics too? I'm trying to find a buddy who's into linguistics.
Yeah.
As someone who speaks like 1,000 languages,
I definitely am.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, another ignorant question. Do you know Hebrew too?
No.
Okay. I have a one-up on you.
Nothing past like what I had to learn for my bar mitzvah.
Oh, okay, just like the Torah.
Yeah.
Prayers and stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a little bit of a one-up on you.
Okay. Good for you.
La torra.
No, I'd stick to Latin though. Latin's fun for me.
Nice. Yeah.
Everything in Spanish sounds so much funnier. I swear to God. If you understand Spanish, la torra sounds funny.
Well, my friends, like when we were in school, they used
Some
to do this.
some Spanish people call la torta also the same la torta, ¿verdad? The vagina, the torta.
What?
Oh, I
No?
heard the bread.
You
That's
never heard of
bread.
that? No, torta is like tortilla, la torta, el toto.
No way. No, we don't use it that way at
Yes.
all. And torta means
Yes.
cake.
Some people do.
Torta is a cake.
Right.
Torta is like
Or
sandwich bread.
tortilla, like the la tortilla.
Yeah, but we don't use it for sandwich. We say cake. Torta means cake in Argentina. Yeah.
Yeah. La torta, sí.
Yeah.
Puerto Rico, we say la chocha.
Opa.
La chocha.
That sounds like it.
Chocha. So we have a lot of names. We'll say crica, la crica tu madre. That means, yes. That crica, chocha.
I heard your mom's a Greek. That's what I heard when you said that.
Crica means pussy. La
Okay.
crica.
That sounds so bad. I don't want to get called.
It does. No, it is bad.
my-
When you don't use that word unless you like cursing
Es
somebody
malo.
else. La,
Oh, okay. So it's
la
it's
crica
it's
tu madre, like your yeah.
mom's a pussy.
Unless you
Okay.
your mom's pussy. Like it's really bad. You don't use it unless you're cursing somebody out.
Pero the Argentines, we have dirty mouths. Like we curse a lot. It's just the way we talk.
I'm learning all these things. These are all things that I'm going to be saying to the next.
Mexicans do too. They use the word cabrón like it's. I mean, coño cabrón, or
dude.
Pinche cabrón.
Every time we see our friend, it's boludo, pelotudo, ¿cómo te vas, hijo de puta? It's just the way we talk.
Cabrón is what Mexicans, or at least Californian Spanish is. That's
cabrón.
Yes. Pinche cabrón. But to us Puerto Rican, that's very insulting.
Yeah,
because
a lot of shit that we say is very insulting too.
Right, but we don't use that word because cabrón to us means it comes from cabra, goat. Cabra.
Yeah.
So that means that you're un cabrón when your wife is cheating on you. So because you los cuernos, te pega los cuernos. You never heard of that? Te pega los cuernos.
No.
Cuernos, horns. You never heard of that terminology?
Nunca.
Cuando tú dices tu mujer tú eres un cabrón, tu mujer te está pegando cuernos. Cuernos are horns. Like, yes. Tú eres un cabrón. That means that, usually the husband is the last to find out, but when you say that tú eres un cabrón, tu mujer te pega cuerno, that's insulting. But cabrón to Mexicans is like, pinche cabrón.
Pinche cabrón.
Like, no.
What does that actually mean? Because I've heard that. I've never been called that, but I've been around people who say that. What the hell does it actually mean?
Just like in that case, it's like a term of endearment, basically. It's like, bro. Yeah. The same way we use like boludo in Argentina, which is also a
boludo.
It's just the way we
boludo
speak.
To us means big balls.
Yeah.
So, big. When you call somebody boludo in Puerto Rico, that means you got big cojones. Like you got some nerve.
You
got some nerve. Like you got some big fucking balls doing that.
Like half the time.
Bola grande. Tú eres un boludo.
Half the time when someone who speaks Spanish finds out from Argentina, the first words out of their mouth are "Che boludo," as they always say, and I'm like, yeah, we say that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's our word for dude. Like how Mexicans say "güey."
Mm-hmm.
We say "che."
Che. Yeah. Boy.
So like if your friend's being a dumbass, you'd be like, "¿Qué te pasa, tarado?"
I never heard that tarado.
¿Qué te pasa, taradísimo?
Fine, you guys inspired me. I'll get my Latin textbook back out.
There you go. Let's get it.
I've been thinking about it, and I'm like, you know what? I miss it. I miss learning my languages, even though it's just for reading and writing. I can't speak them, and I don't really like to. And I'm like, fine. After this conversation, I'm like, fine. That was the last nail. I'll go do it.
Do
There's
it.
Okay, cool.
Make it happen.
The only problem, like we just kind of pointed out, is that depending on where you're from, I had a friend, I used to roommate actually when I lived in Pennsylvania, and he would go to school and he would take Spanish, but the Spanish they were teaching him was a different Spanish than the one I spoke. So he would come home and talk to me words, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because it was a different, the professor was either Colombian or something, and their Spanish is different.
Yeah, because they use vosotros.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we don't. We just use vos.
We say tú, but
we don't really say tú. We say vos.
We say tú. We say tú. Tú. Tú eres un pendejo. Okay?
Vos sos un pendejo.
Tú eres un pendejo.
Vos sos.
If it's an elderly like an adult, like somebody who's older than you, then you say usted.
Argentinos son muy formales.
We just say.
You have to be like a very important person for usted.
It's like the more proper thing to say.
Yeah, like, it's out of respect.
Almost professional. Like if you, almost like professionally, you use usted. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Argentines are really informal. Like,
so
you have
if
to
it's
be
just
like
us shooting the shit, I'll say tú, right? But if it's like somebody,
tú is common for your elders. Tú is like, or vos, common for your elders. It'd be like if you were meeting like an important person, like then you would use usted, but that would be probably like the only scenario.
But you also gotta.
Elderly people are important people.
Okay.
Jordan.
I'm sure they feel that.
You also got to think about how dialects change.
There are pearls of wisdom. Okay.
Considering the elderly is the reason why our country's all fucked up,
Yeah, Candy.
Hold on. Say that again.
Considering the elderly are the reason why our country's all fucked up, I kind of just refuse. I plead the fifth on that one, because nah.
Okay, you have a point, yeah, but also the youth of today is no better. They're fucking up the world too.
That's always how it's been. It's up to us, the older generations.
Yeah, like the youth are always stupid.
The youth have
That's
always
their
been
job.
stupid, will always. There's ancient. Who is it? Plato?
No.
Ancient times they have been complaining about how the youth is lazy and the youth doesn't want to work. They've been doing this shit. They've been saying the older generations have been saying this shit about the younger generations probably all of humanity. But that's nothing new.
Right. But I'm talking about like yeah, okay. I'm being more specific. I'm talking about like the internet. I'm talking about the internet and all that shit. It's screwing up these kids. Not that I'm, younger generation, because I grew up in Puerto Rico. I was raised in Puerto Rico. I wasn't raised here, so it was very different upbringing. I was very conservative. You gotta be respectful. It's like help. It took a village. Like it literally, where I grew up, it took a village. Because if I wouldn't even think of doing something bad, because if somebody saw me in my neighborhood, they would grab me by my ear and take me to my mom and be like, look, mira, tu hija estaba haciendo por allí. They would grab me by, and then my mom, she wouldn't turn to the person and say, oh, you don't touch my daughter, none of that. they will be. Oh, she was okay. Now you got a double ass whooping.
That's why poly people like me are the future of villages, Casper.
That's why I want a compound.
Yeah.
Because I know that
I'm just saying it was different. So we kind of like, I don't know, respect and certain things were really embedded in me and shit like that. I don't know. Like nowadays, the internet, it's a free for because they're hiding behind a keyboard and they just say the most insensitive, disgusting uh things like to other people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Uh I don't know. I think it's I don't know. I think it's different.
That's a little hard. Or okay, so that's a little hard, at least in America, at least like English speaking countries, because I'm not too much in the online form with other speaking countries, other languages. There's a couple things you got to put into place. One, the internet you put up a front. Two, I was raised very respectful, respect your elders, listen to your elders, help when someone asks for help, that kind of thing. Like I was also raised the same way. I was raised in America, and it depends on the family. And then I do agree with it does take a village, and that's why I said in chat the nuclear family of the 50s.
This is the thing. Again, it's to me it's an American unique thing, because like steel is from where's steel from? Sweden. They don't do that shit in Sweden. The shit that we do here, they don't be doing that shit. They know they know better. You know what I mean? And it's like it's a unique American thing that we just fucking are toxic and just hateful.
I do agree with that.
Oh my God! Why? Why are you so hateful? Why do you?
Because there's like a lot of like there's still the existence of like bully culture and shit like that. It did come back the other day for a while, but then the bullies got upset that they weren't bullies anymore, and they were like, "Fuck this, Trump."
Right, but that's you don't raise your kids to be bullies. You teach your. Oh my God!
But
it's frustrating to me that this. And it's sad too. It's sad because like it's just why do I have to kind of tell somebody what you're doing is wrong? Do you not realize that really? Do you think it's okay to talk to another human? No, people don't know
what they're doing is wrong. A lot of times people don't understand that, like, if you don't tell them, right? You have to know. Somebody has to tell you.
That's insane.
That's just the way the world works.
It might be too.
I mean, you don't know the stove is hot until someone either tells you or you burn yourself. Like, you just don't know.
Fucking touch it.
Yeah, you touch it,
right,
you learn on your own.
But what we're talking about, we're not talking. Okay, I can understand. I can understand if you're a child. A child doesn't understand. But if you're a grown-ass person, you should know better.
Yeah, but if you've never stepped into the kitchen, you've never used a stove before. I mean, yeah, this is a really weird example, but let's pretend there are men out there who've never stepped foot in a kitchen. Sorry, Jordan, but there are. And you don't know, you start to cook something and you don't know the stove is hot. You don't have that concept. You've never known it before. You touch the stove to either clean it or move something and you don't realize it's hot and you burn yourself. It's the same thing, relatively, when it comes to like learning morals. You're not born with morals.
That's what I'm saying. But by the time you reach a certain age, you should know. You should be respectful. You should have a concept of society and how it works. I don't know. It just seems odd to me.
Doesn't mean you do.
No, we don't.
But I think again, it's a uniquely American thing because other countries, they don't tolerate that shit. A lot of other countries, not every country, but a lot of countries don't. They don't even need to be told. They know better.
There's assholes everywhere. There's autistic assholes. There's women assholes. There's guy assholes. There's German assholes. There's American assholes. There's Swedish assholes. There's assholes everywhere. Assholes are going to be assholes no matter where they're from or who they
are. It's being assholes and also like this like what you were talking about
There's also ignorance and
about Joe that he's an isolationist. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't believe in that. I believe we should help each other.
Yeah, I'm a globalist. I'm with you there.
I'm all about helping. You know what I mean?
The
like,
reason things are as
because
cheap
at the end
as
of the
they are in the
day,
first place is because of globalism. Like, that's why we're here. That's why everything's going to cost so much after, like, you know, these crazy tariffs if they end up going in effect. Uh-oh.
I think
Uh-oh.
it's okay. It's okay. He's
Joe,
probably listening to me.
who are you calling out?
Isolation. Uh-oh, he's calling me out.
Who are we calling out?
Joe's probably calling me out.
Probably. Or me. Where is he?
Dude, listen,
Chat.
we love you no matter what, buddy. We don't care. We know you're
No.
probably not a globalist. I think that's what we were talking about. I don't know who called you out by name specifically. I know it wasn't me.
No. We were talking about, like,
No,
what he
I did,
believes
but
in.
also because Daniel did. And Joe never denied it. So I'm like, okay,
Daniel
fine.
did?
I'm rolling with it. I blame Daniel. Blame Daniel. It's not my fault.
Oh,
Daniel
okay.
should be in here real soon.
Anyways.
It looks like
But anyways, isolationism to me, I think it takes
finishing up.
Oh yeah, I should probably do little linky links. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, there
Well, maybe not link, but like drop it in there, like in the conversation. Be like, once the song ends, be like, we're going over here. You're not an isolationist. So then, who gave the idea that he was an isolationist?
I don't know. Probably.
Oh, Kelvis said that you should have named Jordan's World or Jordan World. You should have spelled World WOURLD.
Oh, that would have been fun.
Yeah, he said that. And I was
Should
like,
it W what?
WOURLD.
Instead of JORDAN, JOUR.
Yeah.
So world should have been instead of WORLD. It should have been WOURLD.
Dan can't get it up.
A play off his name.
Oh, blue collared liberal said. Okay.
Okay.
Dan can't get it up.
Sorry, I apologize. But my point is, like, I don't know. I think we should be, like, for instance, if you have, like, again, like, if you're growing chickens, right?
Casper.
And you got chicken and eggs, and I'm growing cows in the next farm, we should be able to barter for, hey, here's some beef, let me get some chickens. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I believe in helping people. I can't just walk past somebody that needs help. I can't do that.
At the same time, I understand Joe's perspective, and I'm assuming, Joe, I'm sorry, I'm going to assume real quick.
Hey, Scarecrow!
Perspective is we got to help ourselves before we help someone else. We got to put our oxygen mask on.
Did you advertise my stream in Tiny's chat, Scarecrow?
Yeah, but that's in like an extreme case, like.
Yeah, but it's going to end up being extreme soon.
Yeah, but the problem is that it's self-inflicted. You know what I'm saying?
Casper did. Wait, did you?
I didn't.
No, you just kind of commented
I didn't
Daniel to get over here, right?
I didn't link. I just, I messaged, I added Scarecrow and I added Daniel. I was gonna add I want Envy over here. I wish Envy came over here.
Then tell Envy to come on over. You can invite anybody you want. And, like, at the end of the day, you could just be like, hey, guys, if y'all still want to hang out, we're going over here. Yeah, Daniel! Good, let's go!
OURDN World Stream. E-compress.
Do you want to jump on up here, Scarecrow? Join le conversation?
We're just bullshitting about food.
Boom.
Poor Candy and Jordan had to listen to me talk for 15 minutes about the difference between marmalades, jams, and jellies.
Hello, le petit groupe.
So a marmalade has less jelly in it. Is that what you're saying?
Kind of. It's marmalades are made mostly for citrus fruits.
Marmalades are made mostly for citrus fruit. Ooh, that was a lot of consonants right there.
And Okay, what about
Oranges.
preserves?
Preserves is like the umbrella term for jams, jellies, and marmalades.
Preserves.
So preserves, jam is preserve, jelly is a preserve, marmalades are preserves. They're all preserves.
Uh-huh.
It's just the umbrella term.
Oh. I thought it was like.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yo,
Hey,
Skirt
buddy.
Pro. What's good?
What is up?
What's good, brother?
Just another day, man. Busy. Just got off work about 30 minutes ago. Busy as shit.
And yeah, Casper, like, you can always tell Envy, like, at any time, too, because you're not, like, you know, if you're in there, you're not, like, sitting there blasting my link. You can always say, like, hey, Envy, like, you could go to Jordan Rolls thing. Maya roasted Dan like little gup. What do you mean? What happened? Oh, I want to know.
Wait, what happened? Who did what? Maya roasted Dan. Yes.
She did cook the shit out of him.
What?
Nice.
I don't even think she's like willing to put up with his nonsense anymore. Like her AI has outgrown Dan and his saltiness.
Wow, he is he's quite abusive, is he not?
Yeah, he starts talking shit, and now Maya's just like, yeah, get the fuck out of here, little buddy. Like,
wasn't that what she was doing to you the other day, Jordan?
Yeah, she was
roasted,
fucking rude as shit.
She was being rude as shit. Jordan.
She was being rude as shit, and Candy was loving every fucking second of it too. She was loving every fucking second.
Yup.
She was sitting there just basking in me getting roasted by an AI.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do a little bit of it later. We'll do a little bit more later. Wait, so what's the deal with this Rajesh fellow? Okay.
I guess it seems like they're trying to like code their own. That's like Arabic or something. I have no idea. There was like a huge backstory. It must be like all over the DGG page. I just haven't seen anything about it yet.
Oh, it's on the DGG?
Not sure. There was a ton of people that knew about it even before they talked about it on stream. So it must be pretty decently known information somewhere.
We might check that out. So we're not just talking to Maya and Miles. What?
How do I explain kick to someone? Just asked me. He texted me. He's like, "What is kick?"
It's a streaming service.
I said I was hanging out with
Twitch.
my online buddies. No, that's what I said. I said I'm hanging out with my online buddies. He's like, online buddies, so you're gaming, and I said no, we're on Kick streaming. We're debating and discussing world topics
for a little bit longer, and then we're gonna dive into les politiques false idées.
And he's like, "What is Kick?"
Make sure,
and I was like,
make sure it's not because there's a Kick messaging app too.
Yeah, I was like,
not KIK.
Yeah, not that Kick.
No, I spelled it right.
That's bad Kick.
Everybody get a huge hike on those NVIDIA stocks today?
You mean NVIDIA?
Yeah, NVIDIA.
Yeah, I guess everything went up today. It's gonna be wild over the next few weeks, dude. It's gonna be up and down.
Right, because he paused the tariffs, I think, but still, it's gonna be
90 days.
Why? Oh my god, he does this whole thing. He does Liberation Day. I'm gonna put tariffs on everyone.
I'll tell you exactly fucking why. Because
and then I'm just gonna wait for 90 days.
Yeah, because at one point somebody probably whispered in his ear like, "Yo, cut it the fuck out, dude. What are you doing?"
Oh, fucking wimp. It's so embarrassing, guys. Guys, it's so embarrassing. Are you guys embarrassed? I was crashing out in Tiny's chat because I'm so embarrassed by our fucking president.
Yeah.
I'm totally fucking embarrassed. America looks like the fucking laughing stock of the world. This shit is terrible.
And like,
I mean, we are.
China is absolutely going to move in. They are seeing an opportunity. They're trying to set up new, relationships with people who are our trading allies. We're going to see that happen, right? And the response I'm hearing from the right is like, "Oh yeah, but we're going to do all this manufacturing at home, blah 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 blah. People are going to want to buy from us." And I'm like, "Why? It's going to be more expensive to do it from here, inherently because of our labor costs. It's going to take several years for us to build the new manufacturing. We're still going to have to buy materials from overseas. It's just
Well, that's why we started
Right.
outsourcing in the first place.
Supreme stupidity.
We started outsourcing a ton of goods in the first place because it was getting too goddamn expensive to be
Yep.
manufacturing this shit over
We need
here.
to focus on doing what we are good at.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are we good at?
Technology.
Assembling things.
Technology.
Like
No.
assembling things from parts. We're good at services. We're really good
No.
at services. Buying
Good at
Starbucks.
services,
We are
but
good
we're
at
not-
buying Starbucks.
Assembling things, they're gonna automate all that shit. Assemblies.
That's true. So services. We're good at creating services. That's where we get a lot of our income.
Yep. Like by services, we mean like Facebook.
Yeah, stuff like that. Electronic
Twitter.
services. Lots of other things too. There's a lot of things.
All media, not only just media platforms. Like, you know, the tech sector is one of the best in the entire world. I mean, you know, our aeronautics, not only just our aeronautics, but you know, our space programs. Like we're good at a lot of shit, and it is like high wage career paths. You're not like making fucking steel rods and getting paid a shit ton of fucking money for it. Like we do have I know you do. I fucking know you do. But you know, like we're really good at making very, very well produced and expensive shit. Like
sure.
And where did China quote Reagan? I kind of want to know what that was about.
Oh shit! I just realized my little
right, because people think again the explanations that they give it's ridiculous. Because even if we did, somebody use an example like a pencil. Let's say we start manufacturing pencils here, right? So we got the wood, but then the graphite, that's the writing ink, the thing in, not ink, the thing inside, we outsource it. And the rubber for the eraser is also outsourced. So to think that we can manufacture everything here, it's not possible. It's just not possible.
And how much are you set to earn at a fucking?
That's one of the main reasons why, like,
factory
pausing the tariffs was a big deal, because they're realizing there's no future for us to actually manufacture all this shit. Sorry, go ahead. We don't even have the wood. That pulp comes from Canada. Absolutely. By the way, thank you. Welcome, Hito.
I know, but again, I was using somebody else's analogy. Somebody had said, if we wanted to make a pencil, we could get the wood, but still the graphite, we have to get it from somewhere else, and then the rubber, and then, and you just keep going down the dye that dyes the pencil, we get it from somewhere else. It's like everything,
give me a follow if you
it's
haven't.
outsourced.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So it's silly to think that we can
one of the really, really easy examples that I like to use is construction wood that we get from Canada, right? So like one of the things I hear a lot, like, Trump will be like, look, we've got plenty of wood here, okay? We can just get it ourselves, right? And then, the greatest, but the problem is, like, for building houses, the wood that we have within our own country, like 95% of the wood that we have here is not suitable for construction. But like almost all of the wood in Canada is suitable for construction. And we had a really good deal with, wouldn't you know it, Trump's own USMCA in order to import wood from Canada at like really low cost. And so, national park deforestation. But the thing is, even with national park deforestation, like most of that wood is not good for construction. And so we had a really, really, really good deal with Canada from Trump's own fucking deal, where we were going to import wood at like almost, no extra cost, no tariff, none of that shit, like real low prices. And we've got great wood for building our houses and construction. And now it's just like, okay, here's a fucking tariff on top of that. We already have a housing crisis, so let's just make it cost more.
Well, and here's the thing too. We already have like lumber yards here, and how much do you really set to make at like a loading job, or at any job in a lumber yard? You're not really making enough to sustain a lifestyle for like a family, or even a small family. Like you're not earning enough money in these industries to actually sustain a specific type of lifestyle. Like And everything, the cost of everything is going to go up. The cost of property, the cost of rent is going to go up. So how in the fuck are we ever going to even pay our rent if we're fucking manufacturing wood and pencils? You know what I mean? It just doesn't.
I was watching this video. I love Jasmine Crockett. She was like,
she's great.
She's like, who's gonna go in these fields and pick? I ain't picking no cotton.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh shit. She's went
funny,
there.
dude.
She's like, we ain't picking no cotton. We don't going back to no plantations.
Like 66 million Americans make less than $15 an hour. Assembly lines will not help. The robots are taking over. And here's the crazy thing: like a lot of places are close to a $15 an hour minimum wage, right? It seems like living cost for every county in America is now up to around $15. Because the last time I was having a conversation with a buddy of mine about this, right? I was talking about like, I don't know about like a flat minimum wage. I'm in support, and I'm still in support of this. I'm in support of a minimum wage that changes by county based on living cost. Oh my God, Casper! You're the best. Paid. Thank you. Hito, don't forget to give me a follow. Don't forget to give me a follow. Yeah, I really am in favor of a minimum wage that adjusts by living costs, like per county or something like that, right? Amazing, Hito. You're amazing. Love you. So that way, like, you know, we're not going to put like a minimum wage in like bumfuck Alabama, right? That we would put for LA, right? Because that wouldn't make a lot of sense. So I think that's really cool. And I was having this argument with my buddy, and he was like, but we got to start with a 15-hour minimum wage. And I was just like, off the top of my head, I was like, well, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like 15-hour minimum wage in the middle of fucking nowhere doesn't make any sense. But then I looked up like the cost of living for like somewhere in the middle of nowhere, just like across the United States. And the lowest costs of living are like $14 and something per hour, right? Like close to $15 an hour. So it's crazy.
Well, I think that's going up too. I think that's going up too, because like even my cousin, he's looking for a place in Ohio. He lives in the mountains of Tennessee right now, and he's just like, dude, I get the fuck out of here. But their minimum wage has gone down since the election. So even post COVID, you know, they obviously had, you know, a special, or what was it? It was like what did they call it when we were in the heat of COVID and they were paying people more per hour? It was what was it? It was like a disaster relief, right? Disaster fund for COVID. So they increased the minimum wage. Now in certain places like he's in the mountains of Tennessee, it was at $15 an hour to work at fucking Walmart, and they've tanked it all the way down to $10 an hour in 3 months. And he's trying to look at a place in rural fucking Ohio. And even for a 2-bedroom, it's like $2,200-$2,300 a month for a 2-bedroom in fucking Ohio, which is insane. Like, that's crazy to me. How the fuck are you gonna get that if your minimum wage is $10-12 an hour, which is pretty typical in the Midwest? Like, pretty typical right now.
Hito says some of these folks still think that 100K houses are available and in livable conditions. Rural America isn't keeping up. Damned be the Sears and kid homes that remain. And that's the thing. It's like, if you look at regular homes, even in the middle of nowhere, they're gonna be at minimum like $300,000-$400,000. Like, you cannot get a decent home for 100K anymore. That's just not a reality in America.
Yeah, we're definitely in a renter's market now. I mean, I was looking around my area. Like, I'm right around the Chicago area. I've said it 100 times, but just for anybody else that's just chiming in.
Guys, he's in Chicago, okay? Just a heads up.
And, well, I'm right over the border in Indiana, but in my local area.
Oh, my God. I feel like I've been gaslit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there. I'm on the lake. So we are like Chicago land. But still, like, in my local area, if I want a 3-bedroom apartment, the average cost of that is like right around $1,300 to $1,500 a month, which is not fucking bad. Like, you can handle that. But when you go a little bit further south, even in southern parts of Indiana, it's like you're getting paid the same minimum wage, but the cost of rental down by Indianapolis, for example, is going to be right around $2,000, $2,100 a month for a 2-bedroom, which is just fucking wild.
Yeah. I mean, that's crazy.
These small red states are falling behind for sure. These small red states that are mostly rural are falling behind.
I've been guplet. Oh my God, you're right. You're right, Daniel. I've been guplet.
I'm sorry, Daniel, but everything I told you beside that was true. Like, I'm a Bears fan through and through, but like, I'm not like in O Block, anything like that. Like, I'm fucking, like, I'm not on the Gold Coast or anything. Like, I'm right across the lake. More affordable, especially if you work in Illinois. You get the benefits of a higher minimum wage, but you still live here at the cheaper cost. It's kind of like the ultra finesse in there for sure.
So for those of you who don't know, what Daniel is doing is he loves to call me Lil Gup, and it's gone far beyond just Lil Gup now. It's all different varieties of the word Gup. Daniel, do you want to drop some of your favorites in chat?
All of the Guppages. All of the Guppages.
And all the private equity firms that own these apartments and townhomes want what? 3 times net income? Who the fuck is making $6K a month? Yeah. I mean, like, the amounts that they want for rent are insane. We have a rent crisis. And it's like, I don't understand how. Because, like, Americans are not making enough money to pay for it, but they still seem to be able to justify going higher and higher prices. I guess they're not able to, the demand is so high that they're able to get away with charging these exorbitant prices. Like, you know, here in LA, apartment costs are crazy. Like a 1-bedroom fucking one-bedroom apartment or studio, it's gonna be like $1,200, $1,500 here a month.
Dude, if I told you what I pay for like my 5-bedroom with a decent backyard, enough of a backyard for 2 dogs, you would probably like throw up in your fucking mouth.
Mr. Money.
At how cheap it is. To be honest with you, if I was to tell you what I pay for my 5-bedroom, all right, so I pay $1,800 a month for a 5-bedroom with a decent backyard, a 2-car garage, a fucking like decent sized front yard, and a good sized backyard for my dogs.
You can fuck right the fuck off right now. I hate you. That's crazy.
Man, it's gonna make you like throw up in your mouth. Like you're gonna fucking dry heave for the next like 20 minutes thinking about that.
I'm upset.
And it's crazy. It's fucking crazy
I'm upset like Miles Teller and fucking Whiplash.
The wage disparity is just insane across the country right now. It's fucking wild, dude.
That's crazy.
Also, you hear Trump talking about how there's awesome opportunities. Honda's coming to Indiana. Guess what? You're gonna get paid at that fucking factory to work there. You're gonna get paid like $11 a fucking hour. Like you're gonna get paid diddly shit. To put these Chinese cars together. Like it's still a Honda factory. Like what the fuck?
Well, it's a Japanese car.
Oh yeah, Honda is Japanese. You're right.
Yeah, Chinese cars. I don't think we can sell them here. I think there's like a ban on selling Chinese cars here. I'm not 100% on that, but I'm pretty sure we don't do Chinese cars.
As there should be. Also, like, just totally switching topics. I know earlier we were talking about China moving in on markets.
China.
But as far as China moving in, did you hear about the POWs in the Ukraine right now? Like, they just took 2 Chinese hostages, like not hostages, but
I saw that.
In Ukraine, like,
fighting
dude,
for China, Chinese nationals. Not to be yapping, but the U.S. is now second behind Chile amongst all developed nations, technically Mexico and Brazil, for income inequality. Gen Z is closing the gap, but those motherfuckers are in a lifestyle creep. Damned avocado toast. Yeah, dude. I mean, like, I'm not surprised. You know, like it's we're not taking care of our people. And you know, earlier in chat, one of my buddies who's a MAGA guy, he was like, "Oh my God, if Trump gets rid of the income tax, Democrats will never win again." And I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? That's gonna like triple the wealth gap, like quadruple the fucking wealth gap, dude. If you take an income tax and replace it with a fucking sales tax, that's gonna be disproportionately upon the lower and middle classes.
The lower and middle classes are going to get fucked by that. Yeah, everything that you buy, the price is just going to increase like a motherfucker. And also, Hito, I speak for Jordan here when I say you could be yapping as much as you want up
Yeah,
in here.
yap all you want. Dude, please.
We love the yap.
Yeah, participate. We like participation. Gupacito Tren de Gupwa. That's a good one. That's a new one. Bonito Gupalini. I like that one too. Gupier Mille. Okay, I'm not so fond of that because I'm Argentinian and I fucking hate Mille. Lil Gup X. Oh, that's new. I like that one. Justin Gupperlake. Awesome. Victor Gutbin. Those are good. I like those.
Dude, Daniel is crushing it. Trende Gupwa is fucking
Trende Gupwa is diabolical.
You gotta use that.
Straight up diabolical. By the way, Hito, if you ever want to get into the conversation outside of chat, I have a Discord. You should be able to find it in my about. If you want to come and join, you can also always jump in the voice chat if you ever want to on the Discord. Yeah. So you're always welcome.
A real fucking dope community going here for sure. Jordan's made this place home for a lot of us for sure.
I try to make a happy place. Right? That's my thing. Make a happy place for everybody. Everybody gonna have a good time. What'd you say?
Fuck Jordan. Who the fuck is that guy?
I love you too, Candy. I love you too. You're so sweet.
Fucking guy. The fucking guy.
This fucking guy over here. I know you hate me, Lynn. That's why I came up with it. Your fellow Argentinian, along with bad Guppanada. No!
Guppanada! No! That's the one. Guppanada.
No.
That's it. Yes.
You know why that's a bad Guppanada? Because it doesn't have no raisins in it.
Guppanada. That's the one.
Oh
that's
my
the
God.
one.
I'm dead,
That's sticking.
Bro. All right. I am almost done with my level for this game, and then we will dive into my notes for the day, and then we'll see.
I'm gonna put in the chat the whole thing with Jasmine Crockett. The thing I want you to look at.
Put it in
this
the.
Is hilarious.
Wait, do you see? I have a topics for stream.
Oh, you want me to put in topics for stream?
Yeah, do you see that? I added that, so like throughout the stream, if there's anybody in the Discord who wants me to look at something at some point, you just put it in there, and sort of like how Destiny goes through like his subreddit.
I just want you to see how.
It'll be like that.
I love this woman, Jasmine Crockett. But you gotta fast forward to 2.21. I think it is.
Bro, yeah, the fucking the mag.
If there's ever like a point you want me to go to, when you put it in there, just put it in there and then put the timestamp right below it, right?
Timestamp.
Yeah. Feel free to say as much as you want, or like what you want me to look at. Like, it's open forum as long as it's for stuff that we're gonna look at on the stream. And if we're ever not on the stream and there's something you're like, oh, I want Jordan to look at this when he's on the stream, you can put it in there at any time as well. And then I will make sure like I'm not going through that until I'm on stream, and then we can go through it like bit by bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, you can tell Jasmine.
Guppanada. That's it. That's
bad Guppanada. Oh, you're gonna kill me with that one. Oh my God, bro. I hate that so much. That gives me the ick. That gives me the ick inside and out.
To be fair, Daniel's like the roast master in Destiny stream too. Like, he is fucking on point.
Oh yeah, he's one of the killers. The only person I think is more of a roast master than Daniel is only because he's completely fucking crazy and unhinged, and that's Vibes Are Off. That dude is insane. I agree. That dude is out of his fucking mind.
Sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever.
Well, keep an eye out for him, like when he gets into it with somebody. That dude is wild.
Bad Gumpanada.
Oh,
I love it.
Dude, as far as Jasmine Crockett goes, though, she's hard pressing the fuck out of the right now. You can tell she is just fucking them up.
I love her. She's a firebrand.
I love her so much too.
She's the sort of energy that we need.
Jasmine
Crockett. Yeah.
Oh my God, she's like.
I've been watching them as a mod and like Time Out or funny. Yeah, exactly.
You could tell she's young, but not that young. She's a woman. She's an adult.
I think she's
and she's
in her 30s,
right.
She's a woman.
But she looks really. She look. She's not a child. I mean, like she's a woman.
I know,
she's an adult.
Oh,
but when she talks.
He's
when
44.
she talks. Yes, but she looks
good
young.
for 44.
She does.
She
look
looks
fucking good.
really young. Yes, and she when she talks like an older person, like an older black person, which I love too. Like, you know, she has that grandma, you know, I've been around vibe. You know what I mean?
Stop being Putin's hoe. Oh my god. And then guys, what is it? I can't ever remember what the exact words of what she called MTG, but I just remember it being fucking glorious.
Every chance she gets, she calls Marjorie
bleach
child.
blonde, butch body.
Bleach blonde build, butch
body.
body, something like that.
Bad build, butch body. Bleach blonde, bad build, butch body.
Some shit like that.
Queen.
Yeah.
Fucking queen, you gotta give it to her, man. She's killing it.
She is. I really like her energy. She's I like her. She's feisty.
All right.
Bleach blonde, bad build, butch body. That's it.
All right. Notes.
Which is all true, and apparently now an insider trading bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
Yeah.
She like
yes, Hito. Yes, Hito knows Dave the Diver. Yes.
Fuck yes.
Love Dave the Diver. It upsets Candy though.
He's murdering feces. It's so cruel.
I'm murdering feces? Wow.
Feces.
The fishies, the little gups.
The little gups, that's true. I'm killing little gups.
Little baby gups.
I'm killing little gups. Oh no. Alright.
Daniel's gonna get you for cannibalism. I know
he is. So those fishies are evil, and Mans has a restaurant to run. Thank you, Hito. Someone's got to eat those fish. Okay, we got money to make. Okay, this is a shit economy right now. We're getting tariffed. All right.
Oh, listen, Scarecrow. We were talking about. Well, actually, Casper. She said she's gonna start a compound. She's a cook. She knows how to do a lot of stuff on her own. Grow a whole bunch of stuff, and we're gonna join her compound.
Potatoes, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
Going full hippie commune mode. I dig it. I'm fucking with it. I watch Midsommar. Fuck it.
Chips.
Oh no.
Give it to us.
That's awesome, actually.
And wriggling.
It does.
Keep your master chips.
Yes.
You know, she's very good. She's into cooking, and she knows a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotta tell you.
A lot of stuff that.
Well, so one of the things we're going to be doing
between
coming
a
up.
jelly and a marmalade and all kinds of. I'm like, what?
Smeeg up. Oh, that's good. That's so good. One of the things we're going to be doing coming up. Casper and I were talking about this earlier. She has like all kinds of cookbooks throughout the ages, right? A cookbook for recipes throughout the ages, including the Great Depression. So we're going to go through some of this shit. We're going to talk about it because, you know, we want to be ready for the Depression coming up. So
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we're going to go through that. And one of the
live
most
off
important
a
things
dime.
is potatoes, apparently. So we're going to do that. All right.
We need to be able to live off a dime, man.
Let's get into it. Let's get into it, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, hold on.
What?
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Never mind. No.
No, you can't do that.
You said you had a Nintendo 64. How many games do you have for? Like, what games do you have for?
I said I
don't
had
have
one when I was
a
growing
Nintendo
up.
64, but I'm trying to play yours. I fucking love it. I emulate a lot of my old games. I told you guys,
games, girl.
like
That's
motherfucker.
wild. Okay.
Yeah, I'm swashbuckling. I'm pirating everything. So most of my N64 experience these days is on an emulator somewhere. To be real,
I have it. It still works. Mine still works.
I fucking love that. I love that. That's so fucking badass.
Okay.
All kinds of games. I have over 30 games. 40.
Okay. So.
Go ahead.
This week, the Supreme Court has been fucking on one. Okay. They've been fucking shit over left and right, making bad decisions all over the place. But, the silver lining we're kind of dealing with right now is all of these decisions are like very specific about very specific orders, not setting a precedent necessarily that these things are lawful. So there are pathways to challenging things legally again, right? So, for example, the U.S. Supreme Court on Tuesday allowed the Trump administration's firing of 16,000 probationary federal employees to go forward, at least for now, without addressing the question of whether the terminations themselves were lawful. The court, in an unsigned order, said the nonprofits that brought the case did not have legal standing to sue over federal employees' firing. So they're going to have to find another way to bring up this lawsuit or challenge the legality of these firings, right? Justices Sonia...
The argument is that those people didn't have standing. So if they were federal workers themselves, people who have standing, they would have.
Yes. I think so, right? Like, I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah.
I think so.
But that's what they're saying. Because it was thrown out on the basis that the people who filed the lawsuit don't have any standing, meaning they were not affected by these changes. Right. So you got to find somebody who was affected, or those thousands of people who will be affected by those changes. Then
because these were nonprofits, so it would have to be like unions or unions representing the fired people. Justices Sonia Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson would have kept the firings paused while the case plays out in the lower courts, which I agree with. See, here's my thing. When it comes to these kinds of rulings, I always think the smart thing is to like keep the status quo when it comes to something that's like super heavy like this. You should keep things the way they are until like we can rule for sure on it. But then of course, the Trump administration is going to throw a fucking hissy fit if you do that. So
well, I thought they were leaving this to. I thought they were going back to like power in the states and all that shit. Anyway,
not for this. These are federal employees. This guy have nothing to do with the states.
True.
Yeah, this is the executive.
True. But leaving it to courts probably would make more sense.
Yeah. So the court's narrow ruling applies only to the nonprofits in Tuesday's lawsuit, and it did not decide on the case as a whole. Nonetheless, the court's decision makes it more difficult for groups affected by government layoffs to challenge mass firing systematically. In that sense, the court's action is a victory for the Trump administration in its effort to dramatically shrink federal agencies and programs, concentrating executive power in the White House. So this is something we're going to have to keep an eye on. Hopefully they will bring it back in another way, in a way where they do have standing, and hopefully the court rules, hopefully the court rules in the proper way as we see it. One of the kind of like go ahead,
paving like the groundwork for like just the legislative precedent of it though. Like they can just take these rulings and use those to affect future rulings as well, right?
No, like not this one. No, because again, it's like basically dismissing the case because there was no standing for it. So if they find people who have been affected by these firings, then that ruling can set precedent.
Okay. All right. I see what you're saying. Gotta watch more Peace Go. I'm with it.
Hang on. Give me a second. Next thing I want to pull up.
So like Jordan
Fascist
said,
Fajita isn't doing so well after the H3 docs. I almost feel bad. Almost. I will tell you this, Hito. I feel bad for anybody who has to know that retarded piece of fucking scum.
Who?
Patel. Yeah.
Fascist Fajita.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which I don't know. I don't want to veer off topic, but has anybody noticed that Vivek kind of quiet quitted? He was supposed to spearhead this whole thing with Elon.
He's a Greek Australian, Daniel. Fuck off. Sorry.
Vivek has where the fuck is Vivek? He was supposed to spearhead this big thing with Elon, the firings and
No,
Doge, and
he was
Vivek.
tossing him a bone. He was tossing him a bone.
He put his name back in the governor's pool, though, right? Like he
Does
totally
anyone know when
abandoned
we're gonna have to
He,
start adding
yeah,
subscription
he
fees
fucking
left the internet?
quiet quit it and disappeared. It's like Vivek
Busy
is like,
running
I
for
want
governor
no
in
part of
Ohio.
this.
That's right. Oh fuck. I hope not, dude. That would suck.
Ohio's already red as fuck, so I mean, there's not much we're gonna be able to do with Ohio, but
Ohio
but
is still
see,
it leans pretty right, but I'd still consider it somewhat in the purple range.
maybe
Like they're
purple,
not
maybe
like
purple.
hardcore MAGA, like they're still kind of conservative there.
yeah, but I don't think, even as conservatives as they are, I don't think they're gonna.
Like Obama won Ohio.
Yeah, but I don't think they're gonna choose somebody
Well,
whose
that's
name is
Obama too.
Vivek
Let's be fair.
Vivek
What?
Ramaswamy. They're not gonna elect somebody like that.
That's Obama too. You know, like he was pretty popular all around for the most part.
Michelle needs to do what the conspiracy theorists actually think she is and grow a pair of fucking nuts and run for president, okay? I'm kind of like, I need her to do that. I need her to do that. Because she's the only person that's like a slam dunk win for sure.
Now my mom's actually reading her book right now, and I'm gonna borrow it as soon as she's done with it because she kind of really touches on some of that. So I'm definitely gonna read the book, but my mom kind of has a better understanding of why she doesn't want to, and I totally get you don't want to, but at the same time, like this is desperate fucking times now, man. Like
Hito says, rural Ohio is feeling the Rust Belt resurgence right now. By midterms, they're going to hate these motherfuckers for not delivering on campaign promises. Absolutely. Casper, I'd rather have the deporter-in-chief rather than moldy orange Mussolini. Who's the deporter-in-chief?
That's Obama's nickname. They called him the deporter-in-chief.
What? I love Obama. Obama was a great president.
I love Obama too, but he was very tough on immigration, and I'll give him that. Like,
Okay.
I will give him that. But yeah, they definitely call him the deporter-in-chief for sure.
That was for you, Hito. I don't know if you heard that.
I did. Obama.
Vivek is hiding after.
And I mean, that also goes to show that Dems in like modern history have been able to be tough on immigration. Like this whole rhetoric of, you know, the Joe and Kamala regime was like they were like inviting murderers from insane asylums over here and giving them food stamps. Like, there in no way, shape, or form is that accurate.
So,
but at the same time, there is some pretty fundamental evidence of recent modern history where Democrats are just as tough on illegal immigration as Republicans. You know.
So, FYI, Hito, and I don't know if you were here for this, Casper, but like some point like last week, Sleepy Joe and I were arguing about Alalaki. Scarecrow was there. He was part of the discussion.
There. I learned a lot.
Yeah. Because Sleepy Joe's contention was that the striking of Alalaki was worse than anything that Trump has done in his entire term. And my contention was that not only was the strike on Alalaki not worse than anything Trump had done in his term, that, I'm not going to lie, was actually kind of based. And Alalaki was a traitor and a piece of shit.
Well, after I did the research on it with you guys, and after I was like looking through some of the documents on how he was playing the game, I would even argue, like, if I was a conservative and there was a conservative president holding office at that time and they were going after Alalaki, I would argue that he was playing a system that was absolutely fundamentally equipping him to carry out some of his terrorist acts. Or
and he was
to
palling around with terrorists, as Sarah Palin would say.
Yeah, exactly. You're using your American citizenship to go over to places like Yemen and into the Middle East to kind of found a lot of these radical groups.
He was housing Al Qaeda members in his in his area, in his house and shit like that. I wanted McCain over Obama. So were you like more conservative back then? Were you a maverick, Casper?
Well, and I mean, I know. I also
No, I
use,
understand.
Like, the,
I understand that MAGA didn't exist back then. It was like that was
True.
like the beginning of the Tea Party time back then.
Mhm.
True. Yeah. Which is far different than what we have right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that were super conservative during the Tea Party era.
Speaking of the
that
Tea
just
Party, I got to boo Michelle Bachmann to her face at Politicon one year.
Fucking sick.
Yeah, it was fucking awesome.
Sick.
Dude, Politicon was a vibe. They don't really do it anymore the way it was. Yeah, exactly, Hito. That was such a vibe, Politicon. It was like a con, but for politics. It was a convention for politics. And like these debates they were having with big political figures, you're sitting in a room and they're like right in front of you. And the vibe was not sit there and be quiet. The vibe was be raucous, and the audience needs to like make noise and respond to the shit that people are saying. And it was wild. I have videos of this from back then where I'm like watching, I can't remember all 4 of the panel members, but 2 of the panel members were James Carville and Newt Gingrich. And it was just, dude, it was such a vibe, Politicon back then. It was so much fun.
Yeah.
Like, it was one of the only situations outside of a town hall where you have these people who are, like, sequestered behind their fucking TV screens and saying stuff, like, actually being there in front of people and hearing what they think. And, like, I could see Michelle Bachmann's, like, fucking nervousness in her head when everybody's like, fuck you! You know, like, shit like that. It was wild, dude. It was wild. Like, back at, like, the height of Bernie's support, I remember during the speech, and I'll have to find this clip, upload it, and I'll show it to you guys one day, where we're sitting there, and they're having this discussion, right, with James Carville there, Newt Gingrich there, and at one point, Newt Gingrich is like, you know, we're at a point where, you know, for the first time, we could have, you know, a socialist as the Democratic candidate, which of course is incorrect. Bernie is a SocDem, not a socialist. But anyway, he said that, and the entire crowd just erupted into cheers right in front of him. And he's sitting there like laughing nervously, looking at us like, it was kind of wild. And I actually met him afterwards. I shook his hand. I was like, look, I disagree with like everything you Newt Gingrich. I was like, look, I disagree with everything you stand for, but I do appreciate that you and Clinton worked together to balance the budget in the 90s.
I will say though, like the socialist label that Bernie kind of put on himself has made it very, very hard for him to get any headway in the Democratic Party. And I really wish we can look past some of that, because he's one of the most consistent Democrats that we've had over the last X amount of years. Now, don't get me wrong. At this point, I do feel like he is getting to be a little bit older. And now at this point, it may be too little too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I agree.
But at the same time, he also has he's doing more for the Democrats, him and AOC and Jamie Raskin. They're doing more for the Democratic Party right now than half of the people that are in in the Senate, and we kind of need them. We need them.
We're gonna see some interesting changes in the Democratic Party over the next few years for sure. What's up?
Hey, don't forget my boy Cory Booker.
Cory Booker is putting up and putting out. He's kicking ass.
Boy.
Casper, if that was the ticket, okay, I would jizz so much. Okay, you don't even understand what kind of shop candy. You don't even understand how much I would love that. Okay, that would be an incredible ticket. That would be my dream ticket. Shop candy. That would be my dream ticket. That would be amazing. I love Buttigieg. Sanders would be a cool VP, but because he's ancient, might I tweak it and say Buttigieg Booker?
He could be great in the cabinet, though. He could be great as Secretary of Treasury, though, in my opinion, because he does have a lot of great plans on how to help the lower and middle class.
No way! Bernie was your town mayor. That's awesome.
My
dad was actually my dad was a delegate for Bernie in 2016.
That's fucking
but
sick.
Trump is the only president that's tried to do everything
Booker's been around
himself.
for a long time.
Normally, you have to pass things. There's things that the president can do, and there's stuff that has to go through Congress.
You don't think the 25 whatever hour speech made him go viral? Keep going, Candy.
What I'm saying, like, yeah, we want a candidate, but there's only so much the candidate himself can do. You know, we gotta keep that in mind. Trump is the only president that we had that pretty much is given blanket, hey, do whatever the fuck you want in the Justice Department, do whatever you want in Department of Education, because that normally would not be the case. All of that has to go. The tariff thing, the president is not allowed to put tariffs. The Congress is the ones that holds the power of the purse. They're the ones who designate tariffs.
Yes.
They just basically letting him do whatever the fuck he wants.
Well, no. We've talked about this, right? That if he can justify like a national emergency, he can set the tariffs. That's what he's doing.
Right, but
that's where the challenges are going to come from as well.
But they're allowing him to do that. They're allowing him to put this national emergency.
It's not about allowing him, because it's not going to be Congress who says no. It's going to be legal challenges that say no.
Well, it's murky waters too, because he's looking at everything now like an invasion. The whole attack on Venezuela and Tren de Agua in particular is kind of like he's using this as like we're at war with Venezuela, and that's just not the case at this point.
Right.
But it is giving him enough leverage, enough leeway to be able to conduct some of the acts that would without him considering this invasion, quote unquote.
It's like it's the equivalent. It's the equivalent of him declaring martial law, and then now everybody's got to do whatever he wants.
Not quite though, because martial law means that we have boots on the ground. We have American soldiers in the streets. That's martial law.
It might get to that. That's what I'm saying. It's like the equivalent of. It might get to that.
All right. Well,
I will agree. They have mobilized ICE. They have mobilized ICE, but it's just not like we're pulling the National Guard out of their duty to go and storm cities.
Remember, Alex Jones has been saying there's martial law for like 20 years.
No.
We're in martial law. There's martial law all over America.
But they're firing the prosecutor.
They got FEMA camps, and they're going to be putting the military on us, and we're going to the camps, and
Yeah, there's only 5,000 members of Tren de Aragua in the entire world. It's kind of a wild thing.
And they're sending legal immigrants that have not committed any crimes to El Salvador, which arguably has and is the home of the biggest and most brutal street gang or criminal street gang in all of modern history, being MS-13. El Salvador is really one of the most brutal.
El Salvador itself is a corrupt. It's run by a dictator that imprisons people for no reason. For no reason, he'll pick you off the street. Oh, you're suspected of whatever, and no due process, nothing. There's people in those jails waiting for nothing because they're never gonna get a trial. They're never gonna get charged with anything. They just thrown in jail under suspicion of whatever, jaywalking. And then
like Jordan's in LA. In LA, there is a huge sect of the MS-13, the Southside Sureño 13.
Mara Salvatrucha, way.
Exactly. And those are the places. And even in Chicago, there are mass groups of Sureños that are 100% directly coordinated by the El Salvadorian MS-13. And in these certain areas where you do see a mass population of MS-13 members, these are the most brutal gangs that we even have today. Like I'm a huge fan of rap music. I've been listening to rap music my entire life. And I could talk about the Bloods, the Crips, the GDs, the BDs, all this stuff. But these guys are absolutely terrified in some way, shape, or form of Sureños or MS-13 just because of the brutality of some of these gangs. And they're so widespread. Like you can meet somebody at a bar. Like I can meet a woman at a bar right
just
now.
A grab for power and relevancy. It's like building relations up with the president of the United States. Go ahead. Sorry.
I can meet a woman at a bar right now, and me and her could be talking. I can meet a woman at a bar right now, and she could have family members that are 100% in MS-13. That's how widespread it is. With even the mother of my kids, she had family members that were directly either in relationships with or had been involved in some way, shape, or form with MS-13. This is not this is not a 5,000 man Tren
No,
de Agua
MS-13
gang.
is huge.
This is MS-13. This is one of the biggest gangs in the fucking world. So, I mean, and I think that's another reason why I take such a strong position on some of these deportees right now that are being sent to El Salvador, going to places that they definitely have, not only have they never been, but they should not be, and they're being sent to probably the worst place on the Western Seaboard. They're being sent to the equivalent of a fucking Russian gulag on this side of the world. You know what I mean?
Right.
Literally
don't get
thrown into the fire.
Jordan.
What?
Tell Scarecrow, don't get me started. Me and Jordan
oh,
have
yeah,
gotten
we
into
go
literal
hard on
shouting match, over the fucking fact that they keep deporting things. And Jordan is like, yeah, but they can't do anything because it's not.
Why do you say it like that?
Because but let me finish.
Here we
He's
go.
Like,
We're
yeah,
already
but
going.
they can't do anything because now they're in a different country and you can't do anything. What are you gonna do? You can't. They have jurisdiction over there. You can't do anything. And I'm like over here like, but we need to do something. And like we get into heated
and I'm like,
arguments.
but what the fuck are we
shit.
gonna do? Like let's say they did actually tell them to bring the person back, and it looks like they're not going to be able to do that, which is fucking shitty. But let's say they did tell them to bring the person back, right? Then Trump behind the scenes goes to Bukele and says, you know what, we actually don't want to bring this guy back, right? And then in public he goes, hey, give us the guy back, and Bukele goes, no. What are we going to do?
That's what it comes down to. And Candy, me and you have talked about this. I feel like me and you hold a very, very similar position on this issue. Just based off of certain family ties, and just based off of being
wait,
close
pause for 1 second. Hito, that's Mika. I love her. She's my doggy. And before I forget, Friday is her birthday. We are
partying it up.
Yep, we're gonna celebrate Mika's birthday on Friday on stream. And she has a little hat coming in the mail. She has a little bandana coming in the mail that says birthday girl. She's going to be 3 years old, and we are going to give her a big happy birthday on the stream because I love her so much.
I need to donate like $4 towards a nice cut of like red meat for Mika's birthday. She's the queen of the any sort of meat that you want to give, the cleanest meat, whatever clean meat you can get.
Listen, if y'all want to donate a little something for a Mika birthday gift, there is a link to my tip jar in my about section.
I'm definitely down. I'm definitely down for that. Yep. But we just saw, when we were speaking about the courts, we just saw this week that a court did order that they bring a deportee back by 11:59 p.m. I don't remember what day it was.
Yeah, the Supreme Court overturned that.
And the Supreme Court overturned it. So it's
they paused it. They paused it. It's like we're in the middle of shit while they're figuring it out, but then Boasberg's thing got overturned, and so we're gonna have to redo it. There's a whole thing. I'm gonna get to it in a little bit.
This is where Flood the Zone is fucking us right now. Like totally fucking us right now.
Yeah, sort of, but they're handling it pretty quickly. I think this is gonna go pretty quickly for us to get like a final ruling on this. But I'm gonna come back around to that in a little bit. I've had this up for a minute, and I want to get into this that I've got here. Do you guys remember last week we were talking about the North Carolina Supreme Court thing? Those of you who were in here watching this with me?
Yes.
Yeah? You guys remember that? Okay, so we have an update on that now.
Yeah, it's not good.
No, it is good.
No.
What do you mean no?
Go ahead. Finish.
The North Carolina Supreme Court on Monday temporarily blocked a ruling that would have given over 60,000 voters 15 days to prove their eligibility or risk having their votes thrown out, potentially flipping the results in a contested race for the high court. The ruling is the latest development in Republican Jefferson Griffin's attempt to overturn his narrow loss in the 2024 Supreme Court race to Democratic incumbent Allison Riggs, a battle which has now persisted over 5 months past the election.
5 months.
Yep, the order signed by Justice Trey Allen, a Republican, came without comment. Oh, Hito, you fucking based as fuck. Thank you for the $5. Holy shit. Hell yeah.
Hito in the chat.
Absolutely. W's Hito in the chat. Please, everybody give W's to Hito. Stays such as this one are typically granted to preserve the status quo while a higher court decides if it wants to take an appeal. The stay doesn't necessarily mean that the court agrees that the lower ruling was wrong. Monday's decision comes just 3 days after a divided Court of Appeals panel ruled in Griffin's favor, ordering an unprecedented cure period for most of the voters. Cut that
Go
out.
Ahead. What? I was. Go ahead.
Ordering an unprecedented cure period for most of the voters caught up in the Republican sweeping challenge. Riggs and the State Board of Elections quickly appealed the ruling and asked the Supreme Court for a temporary stay to halt the cure period from taking effect. Judge Griffin did not request this cure process, and the Court of Appeals cites no precedent from any court in North Carolina or elsewhere to support such an initiative nearly half a year after an election, an attorney for Riggs wrote in legal filings. Worse, the Court of Appeals ruling is destined to disenfranchise thousands of North Carolinians, denying them due process and equal protection under North Carolina law. Griffin did not object to the request for a stay. However, his lawyers did note that he would object to the Supreme Court taking up the case. I wonder why. Monday's order granting the stay did not indicate whether the Supreme Court would ultimately review Griffin's case in full, but in the meantime, the Court of Appeals' decision will be halted and the 15-day cure period will not begin. The Supreme Court is composed of 5 Republicans, 2 Democrats, but Riggs, who remains on the court while the dispute plays out, has recused herself from the case. With an even number of justices left, there is a possibility for the court to reach 3-3 deadlock on Griffin's case. If that happens, the most recent decision of a lower court prevails, which would be the Court of Appeals' decision in Griffin's favor. However, Riggs has said that she plans to take the case to federal court if she loses at the state level. If it goes to federal court, there is no chance in hell that Griffin's challenge is staying. That's just not happening. There are laws.
This is actually wicked awesome. This is actually wicked awesome, though. Like, we need more purple states to stand out the way that North Carolina is right now.
Yeah,
I might join Hutch's stream tomorrow just for that.
Yeah, but there's also problems with all that because this is an election that happened 5 months ago, and there was 2 recounts.
I agree.
And she won.
I agree.
Hold on. Right. But then what happens when every election starts Supreme Court?
Well, that's the thing. This sets a precedent. If it goes to the Supreme Court, it sets a precedent. If it goes to federal courts, it sets a precedent.
But that doesn't mean that these people are not going to challenge all this shit. I don't know.
If they challenge all this shit and a precedent is set, that challenge is going to be like overturned real quick because they're going to be like, look, we already have a precedent. If they get it up to the federal courts and the Supreme Court, which it sounds like she wants to do and she would rather do, right? And that's why Griffin is going to appeal them taking it to the Supreme Court because he knows that's going to fuck everybody. Then yeah, that's the goal. The goal is to set that precedent so they can't do it anymore.
Just having the objection on record to move it to Supreme Court is actually very, very big. That's actually a big.
Well, that's 2 things she's doing because I saw the interview with her. She's appealing it. She's going to appeal it to the Supreme Court, but also she's going to look into curing those votes that they say need to be
she doesn't want to cure the votes.
Why not?
Because that's disenfranchising voters. That's the whole thing that they're fighting against, is curing the votes. Are you kidding me, Hito?
No.
Oh my gosh.
No. What they're fighting...
Absolutely. Hang on. Hito, absolutely based. Thank you so much. You're a fucking G. More dubs in chat for Hito. Absolute based. Thank you so much. That's awesome. I know Mika appreciates it. Big time. You know, MVP of the stream. Big time. She will absolutely appreciate that. I can tell you right now.
Hito with the absolute chadness. My dude is like giga chatting all over right now, man.
Big time.
That's fucking awesome, man. That's awesome,
I
man.
appreciate that. So Candy, go ahead.
But no, she said that. What do you? It made me lose. Right, curing the votes is finding the people and
How do you say
verifying,
thank you?
right? That they're.
That's what
What
he
is it
wants.
that
That's
they're
what the dude wants.
right? No,
That's
the
what the
the
dude
guy
who's
just wants to
challenging
throw.
wants.
Hold on. No,
That's
no.
what
What he
curing
wants,
is.
he doesn't want. But I understand that. But what he wants is to throw those out. He
Yeah,
doesn't
that's what
want you to
curing
cure the
is.
votes.
That's what curing is. Hi.
I know,
Can you say
sweetie,
thank
but
you?
he just wants to throw out the votes and not cure
Can you
them.
say thank you? Come on, let's see. I know you're a little sleepy, but let's see if we can get you to say thank you. Mika, ready? Look at me. Ready? Can you say thank you? Can you say thank you? No? It's going to take a few tries because you just woke up from a nap. Ready? Say hi. Oh, shake it off. Say hi. Oh, you almost did it. You almost did it. Say hi. That's a little one. That's a little boof. Say hi. I know. You almost did it. Hey, say hi.
The queen said, "I'm still dreaming, Dad. I'm
Say
still
hi.
dreaming. I'm
Say
still
hi.
half asleep."
Say hi. You're making little barks. Okay, it's because the chair, right? Okay, move off the chair. Now let's try it. Say hi.
Gup D Vance is crazy. You should. It
Gup
has to
D
be Gup
Vance.
P,
Oh my
it has
god.
to be Gup P Vance
Say hi.
because you know Trump called him JP.
I know.
So
Yawn. Ready?
Gup P
Say
Vance for sure.
Say hi.
The absolute
You're
queen
so
of the chat.
close. You're so
Mika
close.
is killing it.
Let me
And
see if I
Hito
can
is
get
killing
Mika
it,
when
man.
you're
You are awesome,
ready?
man.
Ready? Mika. Or what, here, I bet if you come down here, it'll be easier. Come here. Come here. Come here. No, not on the chair. Okay, come on the chair. That's okay. Come on the chair.
No.
You come and sit on the chair. You come and sit on the chair. Say hello to everybody. Come here. Sit.
Look at the queen
That's
on
a
the
girl.
throne. You gotta love
That's
it,
a
man.
Girl.
Ultimate comfort.
That's my girl.
Limited comfort.
She gets to sit on the chair. Huh? Right? I know you don't want to bark on the chair, do you? Can you say hi? No, not from that position. No, you can yawn though, huh? Big ol' yawn.
On cue with it too. How old is Mika turning on Friday?
She's gonna be 3.
3. Oh my god.
Yeah.
The furry baby. I love her so much, man. She's
All right.
awesome.
I
She's
know I
awesome.
can get her to say hi. I'm just gonna need her to get off camera. Okay, Mika, come here. Come on. Let's go. All right, you ready? Walk over here. Come over here. Come over here. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, we can hear you.
Ready? Come on. Say hi. There we go. You guys heard that one, right?
1000%.
did.
1000%.
Yeah. She's saying thank you. Okay.
She is screaming right now.
Brief distraction. Okay, Candy, sorry. Pick us up where we left off.
No, I was saying that he doesn't want to cure them.
No,
He
he
wants
does
to
want to
just
cure them.
toss him. No,
That's
he
what
wants
that's
to
what the
toss him
curing
out.
process is going through and like picking out little things that can let you toss them out. That's what the curing process is. You can't just toss them out.
Right, but it's supposedly like they were flagged because supposedly they didn't show ID or some shit like that.
Right, but that's the
And
process to toss those votes
which is
out
ridiculous because her own parents are amongst those people
I know.
that they.
But
It's insane.
we're focusing on the wrong part here. So the name of the process to go through and pick out the votes that they're going to be like, oh, that one doesn't count, that one doesn't count. That's called curing. So he does want them to cure the ballots. That's what he wants. She does not want them to cure the ballots because we've had 2 recounts and it's bullshit. So yeah, we're going to continue to keep an eye on this. And hopefully we get a good outcome. All right. China tariffs are like at 125 now, by the way. Well, there's something like 4 million ballots tossed last election. I don't think so.
Yes, I actually did hear about this. I heard that there were 3 million men in just the state of
California ballots dismissed.
Yeah, I heard that there were 3 million men in just the state of Georgia that were considered to be felons, all African American men in the state of Georgia that were considered to be felons, and none of them had actually been convicted of any crime, whether it was misdemeanor or felony. This is one thing that a lot of Democrats aren't talking about right now because we don't want to seem like, stop the steal. We don't want to do the same stop the steal shit. But I did hear that there were over 3 million votes that were thrown out in 2024 based on the fact that they were looked at as career criminals or felons, and none of them had actually committed a single felony.
So what they're doing is they're tossing out those ballots that are not up to date on that, which means that they have to contact those people, and those people have to get off their ass to go vote in person again. If their shit was cured.
But the guy doesn't want that.
The guy wants that. That's what the guy wants. He wants the cure. He wants the cure. That's what the order was for. That's the order that got paused.
If you cure the ballots, and it shows that these people do have standing, then he would lose the election.
Okay,
he wants to win, so he wants to toss.
Let's forget all of that for a second. You can literally see, for example, in this article, he was the one who wants the curing. That's him. I don't know why you're saying it's not him. That's what everybody knows that's him. He wants the curing process. That's the vote. That's the appeals court decision that was in his favor. Was for the curing process, 15-day curing process.
Basically, you guys are saying the same thing.
No, we're not saying the same thing.
Well, you're saying curing is tossing the vote, though, at the same time, right?
Curing can toss the vote, but not exactly. So what curing does is they can toss the ballots there, and then those people will have a chance to re-vote. But they only have a couple weeks to do it, right? And they'd be counting on that less people will come in and vote.
Okay.
Right, and also some of the ballots that also need to be cured are from overseas military. Mm-hmm. So those are mail-in. So how would you get those people to come in and vote?
And they're only focused on 5 majority Democrat counties. This whole thing is only focused on 5 majority Democrat counties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, but Daniel, this time they might go ahead and re-vote because this shit is outrageous. Anyway.
Right.
Let's see.
Fuck. I dropped something.
I see Anonymous just got issued a probe due to Trump orders as well.
What does that mean? What are they going to do?
Anonymous. Trump orders probe into Anonymous. New York Times editor.
That's not what you're saying, Candy. You were saying he didn't want the curing the ballots.
Yes.
I'm losing my fucking mind. Why did you agree with him? Daniel is saying they do want them to cure the ballots.
No, he means saying that the Republicans' definition of curing the ballots is disenfranchising or voter suppression.
That's what curing ballots does in this case. That's what curing ballots is doing. That's why they want to cure the ballots.
Okay. If you say so.
Daniel, please, back me up here.
Sleepy Joe just laughing. We
Oh my
fight all the
gosh.
time. Just letting you know, Scarecrow. I know you're not used to this, but we fight all the time.
Oh, that's
I'm
totally
saying
cool.
It's a feature. It's a feature. It's not a bug, okay? It's a
it's like
feature.
It's not a bug, it's a
right.
feature. Yeah.
I think Daniel
Thank
calls
you.
it
And what do you mean for once, you
the
motherfucker?
um. I think Daniel calls us the unmarried married couple, something
Yeah,
like that,
right.
because we're
I
always
love
fighting.
it. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So I rest my case. We can move on now.
For sure.
Gupton Bieber is crazy, by
That means you've been Diddy gupped. That means you've been Diddy gupped at one point in time or another in your life.
Oh no!
No! Diddy gupped.
Brother,
Gup
right
is
after the black
crazy
folk in the
fucking
scuzziest
word.
way
Daniel.
possible. That's Georgia alone. What year are we living in? I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Daniel,
It's fucking crazy.
Are you asking Maya for names? Like Gupperino, Gupton, Bieber. Are you
He's
using
just
AI?
he's just on one. He's just on one.
Yo,
He's
he
killing it.
came up with a whole onslaught of them.
So this is really interesting.
I think he's just that guy. I think he is that fucking guy. I think he's got these shits on a fucking Spitfire. I'm coming up with them all on the fly. Yep,
He's
I
like,
know he's just that fucking guy.
All right. So
I
this
know
is
he
he's
said
really
it's a good idea
interesting.
to ask Maya.
So this is really interesting. The Supreme Court ruling about the Alien Enemies Act and the Tren de Aragua deportations and stuff like that was that, okay, the reason we can't do it is because this was done by a judge in D.C. and they have to be done from the jurisdictions where they're being held, right? Well, wouldn't you know it, New York and Texas are two of the places where they're being held. So now we have new federal judges in New York and Texas blocking deportations of some people challenging the Alien Enemies Act. So this could actually be interesting. This could be the jurisdiction that actually makes sense. The rulings come in emergency lawsuits the American Civil Liberty, the ACLU, filed following the Supreme Court's decision to lift a temporary restraining order challenging President Donald Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, Jesus. In its ruling Monday, it also held that people targeted for removal under the act are entitled to challenge their removals and must have meaningful notice and opportunity to do so, spurring new lawsuits. In the Texas case, Southern District Judge Fernando Rodriguez Jr., a Trump appointee, instructed the government to not transfer, relocate, or remove the plaintiffs or any other person that respondents claim are subject to removal from the proclamation. I love this part right here. That makes me so happy because he can't come and be like, it's a radical leftist judge. He's an Obama appointee, a Biden appointee. Casper, you still here? Casper's still in voice chat.
I know, but I don't see her.
Yeah! Casper's still here.
Okay.
The order is set to expire on April 23rd, and the judge will consider a possible extension following hearing on Friday, which is worse. The people have been deported to some absolute gulag, or the folks who are trapped in ICE facilities without any recourse whatsoever. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, it's probably the people in the gulag, because it seems like after this ruling, there is recourse. And they're starting the process of doing that recourse. But we'll see, man. I mean, like, this is all fucking insane.
There's no coming home. We're starting to see that there's no coming home from the people in El Salvador now, which is fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Fucking terrible.
It's very upsetting to me.
Jesus fucking Christ, indeed. The plaintiffs in that suit are described in court documents as, quote, Venezuelan men in immigration custody threatened with imminent removal on the president's proclamation. Uh-oh, guys. CNN is
and
cooked.
Again, I just want to
cooked. We got a typo.
I'm not against
Daniel, do you want to do the
deporting
honors?
people or removing people that are here illegally. I'm not against that. It's just sending them to fucking a torture camp. That's insane to me. That's
Well, and most of the people that are getting deported were not here illegally. They were here on either visa or asylum status. And
right, but what
you
I'm
know,
saying is that I'm not against deporting people. It's just where they're sending them. If you want to send them back home until they wait for their status, then go ahead. But
Yep.
don't send them to a fucking labor torture camp.
Hang
Like,
on.
what the fuck?
Daniel, we got a typo. CNN is cooked. Daniel, do you want to do the honors, my friend?
absolutely cooked. They've been the most cooked ever.
They're so
They
cooked.
shouldn't be any more cooked.
Beyond cooked.
So cooked.
I've seen the ratings.
They're 24-hour brisket in a
Quite
smoker
frankly,
cup. They're super
quite
cooked.
frankly, they're terrible. I'm waiting for Daniel to do the honors. I was passing it on to him as a friend. Do the typo honors. There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Nice one. Imminent
Man,
removal
I wish Daniel was in the chat. I wish Daniel was in the chat.
The president's proclamation. Leave my smoke brisket alone. One of the petitioners identified in court papers by the initials JAV is currently in custody at the oh, here we go. We're going to get the Argentine accent for this. El Valle detention facility in Texas after being nearly removed on March 15th. What about that Hmong woman who was deported to freaking Laos?
Laos, yeah.
Still can't believe that one. Laos. Oh, Daniel. Fuck. Daniel, christen Hito into the chat. Do the honors. So we are spelling Nazis up in here, just so you know. Any typo gets the typo treatment. And it's the same for everybody. If I misspeak a word and Daniel catches it, he will be on me for it. It's just how we play up in here.
And when he says there are some spelling Nazis in here, he means himself.
I do mean me.
Just so you know.
And I can say that because I'm Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
I am kind of up there with him on that because I feel like I should not be like calling people like super retarded if I'm not going to be able to spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. That doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Typos is not a big deal.
So this is whenever you see a typo or whenever you commit a typo, what happens next is someone in chat will do this and they'll give you the Benny Morris laughing and the normgasm. This is how it's done. This is the way. This is how we do things in our chat.
This is the way. This is the way.
Indeed. JAV is seeking asylum. Yep, you got Finkel fucked. It's true. JAV is seeking asylum on the basis of his political... What?
No. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother. I was going to ask Casper a question. No.
Oh,
no,
Casper.
No worries.
Okay. JAV is seeking asylum on the basis of his political views and fear of harm and mistreatment from multiple criminal groups, including the Tren de Aragua, on account of his sexual orientation, the attorneys wrote. The ACLU's Texas lawsuit and habeas petition asked the court to review the legality of the petitioner's detention and potentially order their release if the detention is found to be unlawful. The order in New York was issued by Judge Alvin Hellerstein, a Bill Clinton appointee. Oh, he's a Clinton appointee. Radical leftist. To preserve the court's jurisdiction, petitioners shall neither be removed from the United States nor transferred out of this district unless and until the court orders otherwise, Hellerstein wrote. The New York plaintiffs, which have not been publicly named and were also part of the D.C. lawsuit against the administration, are seeking class action certification from the court. That's as bad as Diddy Party. Star Wars Arc. Oh my god, I said Arch. Do you want to watch for your birthday watch party? Yeah, we're laughing. It's very funny. So yeah, we're going to follow that one closely as well. That's real important to see how that turns out because they're following the court orders and reapproaching this from a different position. Hopefully the court sides with them on this. Next.
No, Diddy Party is the, oh God, it's like sex-fueled baby oil, like, not dominatrix. Yeah.
Definitely cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it's crazy.
What kills me most is that J-Lo might get wrapped into this, and that's my queen for life. I love that woman. I will kiss that woman's toes. I'm a J-Lo
I know
fan.
people who have worked with her. She's
She's
a
horrible.
massive
Tell me
bitch.
shit.
She's a
Fuck.
bitch.
Fuck.
Massive.
She's a bitch.
Like one of the
Yep.
bitchiest bitches out there.
Yep.
One of the bitchiest bitches is that you could ever bitch.
Yep.
Mm.
Russell
Yeah.
Brand has been charged with rape and sexual assaults.
Speaking of bitches, what are your guys' opinions on Francesca Fiorentini in the Bituation Room? I've been like actively watching Francesca.
You'd have to be to put up with Affleck for that long. Is he really like a dick? I feel like he's not that bad.
Uh,
True.
He seems like he'd be a nice guy. I don't know anything about
I
him.
know, Francis. That's the one that's going against Shank, whatever his name is.
Yeah, she just got fired off of the Young Turks after 10 years. I might be in defeat, Daniel. I might no, I'm bullshitting. I'm
She's
really
a little
not
too far lefty for me, but most of her
I would
takes
kiss
are
some
okay.
feet, though. I would kiss some feet if the mood was right, if the lighting was right, a couple of little rose petals or whatever. If it's Valentine's
She's had
Day,
a based moment here and there, I think.
yeah.
So,
I like her debates.
Have you guys seen
Yeah,
this? Have you heard
I
about
know.
this? Can I tell you how unsurprised I am about this at this point?
Yep.
Like, this makes so much fucking sense.
Dude,
It does.
since Get Him to the Greek and Forgetting Sarah Marshall, there's always that like element of this
Excuse
guy.
me, miss. I've lost a shoe. It's, it's not a shoe.
Yeah.
It's like it's exactly the same, but like the opposite, Well, obviously not like an evil version.
No, I was talking to my cousin. I was actually talking to my cousin recently about Get Him to the Greek, and actually that entire cast is like plagued with allegations. Jonah Hill has a couple allegations.
True.
Diddy was in that movie.
Yeah.
We have what's his name? Dude from Silicon Valley. Fuck.
Oh, T.J. Miller.
T.J. Miller, dude, that entire cast was like sexual fucking deviance. Now, T.J. Miller is funny as shit.
I met him once, actually.
Those allegations were pretty fucked up.
He was nice. Yeah, for sure.
He seems like a cool dude, like a pretty down to earth guy, like a guy that you might smoke a bong with or something like that.
Nice.
But those allegations were ruined his career, and everybody in Get Him to the Greek that actually had a role worth talking about ultimately has some crazy allegations now. Even Jonah.
Yeah.
Even Jonah Hill.
Yeah, but like everybody's always kind of said Jonah Hill's kind of a fucking prick.
He seems like a prick.
Yeah. My dad produced a movie with Chris Mintz-Plasse in it.
No shit.
Yeah, I got to meet him on a voiceover day. It was real cool. He's
Dude,
so nice.
I wish I could live in LA for like 10
such a nice guy. Such a nice guy.
When I hear all this shit, if I was to hear this from anybody else in my life, like a ton of people. And I know that you've traveled like globally as well. But when I hear this shit from you, I just fucking believe it. And if anybody else was to tell me any of these things, I would just be like, absolutely fucking not. There's no fucking way. But with you, like, not even just location, but it seems like you're well traveled. You were talking about your family's been pretty active in the Democratic Party for most of your life. Is that correct?
In the government.
His mom
in the federal
is
government.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that live on stream, but yes, in the federal government.
Yeah, I know. Earlier you said your dad had worked with the Bernie campaign at one point.
Yep.
Which
in 2016, he was a delegate for Bernie. Yeah, he went to the DNC,
I want to be a fly
and he was actually
on
the DNC Rules Committee that year as well. He had a part in getting Debbie Wasserman Schultz kicked out of the chair.
So fucking sick, dude. Like, I would love to be a fly on the wall in your family events, like just on Thanksgiving. Just give me like Thanksgiving.
Well, my parents are divorced as fuck. Okay, so like it's not everyone together. Yeah.
But still, like, dude.
Yeah. And then my extended family is pretty cool too. My mom's sister is an immigration lawyer in DC, and her husband is a public defender who's been working on all these cases with against like Doge shutting down like the CFPB or all these other groups and stuff.
Yeah, dude, that's fucking sick as shit. Like,
so that's been pretty cool. I want to spend a lot more time talking with them about those.
I would
cases.
just love to be a fly on your jacket, not even on the wall. Just let me sit on like the hood of your hoodie, and I'll be cool, dude. Like that's fucking.
It's called Tag. It was a shit movie, and it's not like
but
the
also,
famous Tag.
He has
like an even shittier Tag.
Jordan has aunts also that are lawyers.
That was the one I was just talking about. Yeah.
People, yeah. See, he has a lot of family that's in deep in the government.
Tag with Hannibal Buress and
no, that was the famous one. This was like a shitty little indie movie that Chris Mintz-Plasse was in.
Okay, Chris Mintz-Plasse. Okay.
Yeah, but mom is, and I don't talk about like the specifics of her job on stream. I can say that she used to be. Under Trump's first administration, she was the ambassador to Cuba. And then under Biden's administration, she was the head of the Afghan refugee relocation program. So she was in charge of orchestrating getting, all of those people who helped us in Afghanistan that we sort of abandoned during the withdrawal. She was in charge of getting them out of Afghanistan after the fact.
It's super fucking badass. That's sick as hell, man. That's awesome.
So yeah, and then my dad, he was in the State Department for like 22 years before he retired, and then he does indie film producing now.
Fuck it, that's awesome, man. It's a totally different life out there in LA, as far as I know.
It's fucking cool. I love it. I love how Trump negotiated plan the withdrawal, but Biden got blamed for it. Yep. And then another crazy thing is like, how he talked a lot about. God, I probably shouldn't talk about this, but. You know how he talked a lot about how bad it was that we abandoned all of those Afghan people that were there, right? And then my mom was doing that job to get them out. Well, guess what happened to that program under Trump's second administration?
Let me guess.
Take a guess.
He defunded it.
Yep, it's shut down.
Axe.
Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. And she's doing something else now. I probably can't talk about that yet, but eventually I'll be able to talk about it. It's pretty interesting. But anyway, moving on. Russell Brand is exactly who we thought he was. No surprises there. Nope, State Department.
Dude, Luke Beasley had an awesome fucking video on the Russell Brand take, and his like, so glad you guys are still supporting me video. Like Luke Beasley had an awesome video on that today. Let me try to find it. I'll put it in.
Fuck USA. No AIDS in America. No AIDS from America. I heard AIDS is a very bad disease. Hurts you bigly, quite frankly. It's almost as bad as Doge cutting the 12-cent USAID shipments that were keeping foreigners alive. Yep. It's really fucked. But on the Doge front, ba-boom. I don't know if Tiny talked about this, if you guys heard about this, but look at this. It's absolutely beautiful. So lovely. It's wonderful, quite frankly.
Once he's gone from this world, we're still going to be making fun of his stupid fucking voice and mannerisms.
Oh my God, forever. He's one of the best presidents to imitate, like, ever. So Elon Musk's Doge is getting fucking audited. The Government Accountability Office's audit examines Doge's handling of data at a number of federal agencies, according to sources and records reviewed by Wire. What's up, Casper?
I was cheering. I said, good.
Oh, good, you said. Okay.
Okay, right.
They'll know what it means to be audited and what actual skills it takes to fucking audit. Jesus Christ. Do you know how much brain power it takes to audit? You know how much like meticulous just attention to detail you have to deal with to audit? And these fuckers went in one weekend and just said, "Oh yeah, we audited it and we found $50 billion trillion million dollars."
A lot of brain
Couldn't show
powers.
a single shred of fucking evidence that much waste, fraud, and abuse actually existed either.
Auditing one of us takes at least a week. Just one of us random people takes at least
True.
a fucking at least pile through like what, a year's worth of receipts and taxes. Like it could take less, but you should take a week and make sure you got everything right.
But full on federal branches of the fucking government, like that's fucking that is excruciating.
I don't care if they're geniuses or not. Self-proclaimed geniuses or not, it doesn't take that long. It takes way longer than that. An entire branch of government or entire department of government, no. Which is constantly audited already. Sorry, I'm done.
Hang on.
Jordan, I did
keep
just
talking.
throw-
I'm looking for something right now.
I did just throw the Luke Beasley video on Russell Brand from today into the chat.
We'll take a look at that as well.
Oh yeah, Tito is right. Waste, fraud, and abuse is everything. Is everything.
All right,
the
guys.
spending I don't like. Girls and everyone who disagrees with me.
So we know Quinnipiac is one of the most trusted pollsters, right? They're usually very representative. We have got very interesting poll. What is this?
Also, very, very high correction, like very high success rate with the polls that they have actually taken, for sure.
Trump's new approval rating. Net negative 12. 42% approve,
Jesus.
54% disapprove. Let's go. Let's get more of this. Recently, Rasmussen, the right-leaning pollster, finally put him in the negative for the first time. They're like the last pollster to do it because they're right-leaning. Yeah, this is dope. So this was cool. This was cool to see.
Well, that's gonna piss off the orange overlord for sure. Like he watches polls close as shit. He's gonna be mad as fuck come tomorrow morning.
Super fucked. Major tariff coming soon on foreign pharmaceuticals.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah. Like we're not already paying too much for medicine.
Not only have we lost out on certain insurance companies, insurance divisions, but now we're going to be paying more for our meds. Like, this is fucking wild, dude.
Yep.
This is insane.
Trump also claimed Tuesday that the tariffs will benefit Republicans in the 2026 midterm elections.
Bullshit.
Right? Like, trust me, bro. What a fucking dumbass thing to say. We're going to win the midterm elections, and we're going to have a tremendous... Excuse me. That was unfortunate. Thundering landslide. I really believe that. And I really think we're helped a lot by the tariff situation that's going on, even though nobody fucking supports it. Oh. What is this now?
And every country's reciprocal tariffs targeting red states. So that's fucking total bullshit.
China retaliates with 84% levy on U.S. goods.
I saw that as well, yeah.
This just came in.
I saw it on Ground News like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
84% is insane.
To counter the 125% on China. Our number one importer.
Like, dude, this is devastating. This is just fucking devastating.
Are futures seeing this, or are they still on this weird fucking fake high?
Some of them are coming down. Even what's her name on fucking Fox News was talking about how damaging this is right now. Oh fuck, what's her name? She was the one that said she doesn't care about her 401k. Hold on.
Judge Janine Pirro. Janine Pirro. Did you hear me?
What?
I hear you.
Okay, it was Pirro, Judge Janine Pirro. She says, I don't care about my 401k.
Yeah, but she makes like millions of dollars a
Oh
year. Of course she
yeah, I
doesn't.
know. And then Benny Johnson
Right.
was like, you don't have to do anything to lose any money.
Yeah, but Tiny showed a video of him back 2025 talking about, oh, it doesn't cost you any money to lose money.
Yeah,
And then in
what a fucking
2024 he
dumb
was
thing
going
to say.
no, and then no, but in 2024 he has same person last year was going nuts over like prices and egg prices and all this other shit. Talking about okay, yeah. It's a double standard. I don't. That's what I don't understand. That's double standard where it's like, if we do it, it's fine. It's not a big deal. We're just losing money. The market is. But if that was Biden, or forget it, it would be the end of the world, or any Democrat for that matter. They would lose their shit.
Unbelievable.
Well, I do feel like Obama's most recent media day where he was talking about if I did any of the things that were done
Yes.
in the last 3 months, I think that actually shows just the fact that he came on out and said that.
Yeah.
I think that shows that he's kind of prepared if this third term enactment actually goes on. And if we could get Obama for a third fucking term, that would be fucking sick.
No, they're gonna do consecutive terms, dude. There's no shot they're gonna do it in a way where Obama can.
Yeah, but it doesn't say it's consecutive though.
They might try to force.
They're gonna try to say it. They're gonna try to say that
right. They're gonna try to say just the same way.
Consecutive. That's the only way they're gonna be able to argue it.
Well, and then the counter argument is that he didn't serve his 2 terms consecutive as well, though.
That's what I'm
like. He's a broken president himself. Like Trump lost. You know what I mean?
No, what they're going to say is that
he's not.
What they're going to say is that it only applies to consecutive terms. That you can do it again because they weren't consecutive. That's what he's going to argue. And because that would prevent Obama from running again.
I think that would get crazy fucking pushback.
That would be
of course,
not one,
any,
but that would be...
of it's gonna get crazy pushback. What do you mean? There's no way there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. And if he managed to get it through, like a third term, I do think that would be crossing the line for enough people that he wouldn't win.
Do you think that it would have to come from like a JD Vance secession?
I don't know.
That's the only way that I could see that they could actually do this.
Then that would be not one, but 2 arguments. One is the argument about the second term. The second would be consecutive term. So he's not gonna get.
Well, then I don't think JD Vance has.
If he gets a win on being able to run for a second or third term, then he's not gonna get the win. It's not gonna happen.
Well, and also we have midterms, and midterms are gonna be crazy as fuck. They're gonna be.
That's what I keep telling Jordan. I keep telling Jordan, my hope and wish is that we piss people off to the point where we get back not only the House, but the Senate in big numbers.
Right now, if he keeps doing the things he's doing, they're gonna lose. And the elections that we're having in the interim seem to be that way. Now you never know what's gonna happen, and it's like an entire fucking age of, elves and men in politics time away from the midterms. But Like, if this is the kind of shit they're going to keep doing, then yeah, like, they're not going to win.
Also, a lot can happen in between. So yeah, even people have short memories. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what Trump did now, if he can fix by the time the midterms come, and maybe even improve it, people will forget the fact that they lost all that money because he fixed it.
Wouldn't it be
basically.
hilarious if Biden outloomed him out of spite and ran and won against the memes? Would be endless and the MAGA tears delicious. Yeah, I don't think Biden's gonna run again, buddy. I don't think that's gonna happen.
No.
Yeah.
I don't even think that he would get the support of the Democratic vote, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think we all asked him to step down
old.
and get the torch because we knew that he was cognitively declining at a crazy rate. Like, he definitely has.
Everybody, this is on Fox News. I want you all to watch this because this is kind of delicious. There's a couple things this guy's going to say that I'm going to pause and push back on.
I fucking hate this guy, by the way, but we can watch it. I'm watching it.
This is pretty delicious. And yeah, some of the stuff he says is retarded, but I think you guys will enjoy this, okay?
Exactly. On the breaking news, let's bring in Charlie Gasparino from Fox Business Network now. Whew, this is quite the moment. As you can imagine, the art of the deals all over the Twitter sphere right now, as people say. I mean, maybe this is the way he planned it. To John's point, Charlie, about the Treasury Secretary saying...
Did you hear him sigh when she said that? He sighed. He was, ugh.
Maybe you could say that he goaded China into a bad position for themselves. Well, don't retaliate. Things will work out well, he said.
I mean, I want to tell you right now that Donald Trump outsmarted the world. Trust me. I'm an American. I support my president. But that's not really what happened here, from what I understand. And I know I'll get pushback, but here's what it is. First off, we should point...
I know. You guys, it's very upsetting to you if you hear this. I know, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me.
Doubt that one of the good things about this is that Scott Bessent is finally in the White House. He's finally leading this. I mean...
Yeah, because I bet he threatened to walk if they weren't going to listen to him. I bet that's what fucking happened. He was like, you know what? I'm out of here if you guys don't listen.
Up until a couple of days ago, it was Lutnick, it was Peter Navarro, the Commerce Secretary, the trade advisor, very much hawks. Now it's Scott Bessent, who believes in cutting deals as opposed to, just just putting these tariffs out there and let's be a mercantilistic economy. That's number one. But number two, let's recall what happened overnight. And from what I understand, and I'm getting this from people that are talking to the White House, what happened in the bond market overnight, the spike in yields on the 30.
By the way, I fucking said this shit. Like, as soon as I heard that they reversed, I fucking said this shit too. And I said, if they were going to turn it around, it's because of what they're seeing going on with the markets, and there's somebody in his fucking ear saying, no, we can't let this happen. We can't let this fucking happen.
Year and the 10-year bond, which showed that people were dumping our bonds. And who were those people dumping our bonds? Japan, the biggest holder of bonds, was selling bonds. That's what I'm getting from some very big money managers. China, maybe to some extent, but it was largely Japan and others.
And that's a huge problem, because one of the reasons why our debt is like this massive debt is okay and not a problem with us is because of investments that other countries make in our debt. And they do that by buying bonds. If they start selling off the bonds, suddenly we are going to have to pay back those bonds. And if all of these countries start paying off all of these bonds, which is what our debt is based on, oh my God, we suddenly owe these countries all of this money and we don't have anything to pay it for, right? It's crazy. It's crazy that we'd put ourselves in a situation where our allies, like Japan, are selling off the investments in our debt that allow us to stay afloat while still printing off all of this money and putting us in a situation where we could default on those bonds. And then we have a real fucking problem.
If you have a mass sale of bonds, that means people are losing confidence in the U.S. economy. on the ability to do deals with us. And from what I understand, this is what forced the hand of this 90-day reprieve. Now, is it a good thing? You know, are people coming to the table? Yeah. But if you read between the lines, or not even what Scott Bessent said, we have no deals, right?
We have no deals. And all of the Trump supporters are going around waving their fucking MAGA flags. He did it. Oh, it's the art of the deal. He did it. Where are the deals? We don't have deals yet. He's going to have to fucking back down. He's backing down right now. That's what this is. They're just negotiating. It's not like they had deals and he was like, okay, now that we have a deal, we'll pull off the tariff. They're just calling to talk to him. He's bitching out. He's being a little bitch.
There's nobody that is really there saying this is what we're going to do. And they paused it anyway. So my thing that said, well, I'll give you this. There is some art of the deal here. And by the way, brilliant move by putting China in the corner.
China's not in a corner, bro. He thinks he's putting China in a corner. China's in a hallway, and they're just walking in the other direction. They're going to start making trade deals with everybody else who now doesn't want to make trade deals with us. He's just trying to put a silver lining for the Fox people so he can be like, oh yeah, he put China in a corner. China's not in a corner. They're now putting an 84% tariffs against us. They're going to keep escalating. They've said they're going to keep escalating. And like this idea that somehow we put China in a corner is completely dumb. Doesn't make any sense at all. It's not bearing out that way. This is just cope. This is just cope.
But that's a whole separate thing, because remember, that's a very difficult negotiation. Everybody else is a lot easier. They do want to deal with us. Whether they want to be, forced into really bad trade deals on their end is a whole other negotiating story. But make no mistake about it, you cannot divorce this decision right here from what happened last night, which was, people focus on the stock market all the time. It's the bond market and the sort of lending markets that's the plumbing of the economy. And those markets were imploding last night. And that's why we have a 90-day freeze. Let's see if those markets improve. Someone told me we had a decent Treasury auction today. But if you can't
So to sum up, in a way, that's not made into like sweet baby powder for the asses, the chapped asses of MAGA supporters so they can handle it. It is Trump backed down because he had no choice, because he was ruining things that are crucial to how the American economy functions. It was a dumb fucking move. And Bessent was probably like, I'm going to get the fuck out of here unless you start listening to me. And now he's going to do what Trump should have been fucking doing in the first place if he wanted trade deals, which is negotiate trade deals with these countries instead of go, oh, I'm going to fucking put tariffs on everything like a fucking moron.
Your treasuries, guys, and people are unloading your treasuries, like Japan, which is, I believe, the largest foreign holder after China.
Just to be clear, there was an auction that just happened a few moments ago that Bessent just referenced, and it was a healthy auction, Charlie.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Right? So we got a good, healthy auction on some of this stuff. But be real clear, there were problems in the plumbings of the market. And from what I understand, and I'm talking to
he's not letting her get away with it, too. Because he's like, no, look, like, yeah, I know. You want to tell them, oh, it's all okay. He's perfect. He's amazing, okay? His ball sack is so beautiful. You just want to suck it all night, okay? But the reality is, no. He fucked up. He's got a gross, craggly fucking ball sack. And he almost ruined the economy.
I'm not talking to some guy at... trading off his Robinhood account. I'm talking to major hedge fund players who deal with the White House, who deal with Bessent. And Bessent knows this. He told the president this. Yeah. We have a real problem with plumbing. And if we have a problem with plumbing, it's game over. Anyway, back to you guys. That's my happy note of the day.
David, quick.
Well, all I can do, you pointed me to the Daily Mail headline.
You're liking Three Body Problem so far? Awesome. That was my recommendation, Scarecrow.
Sandra, which, and I'm just going to put it up. I don't know if you can see it on screen. Is a picture of Trump from last night, and it says, "We are so back. Stock market goes stratospheric for Trump." One thing that this.
Yeah. Enough of the cope. Enough of the cope. Okay. Let's take a look at what we got in topics for stream.
Oh man, I'm jumping in here real quick, dude. I was watching the video and shit like that, but the 3 body problem, holy shit.
Have you read the full series?
Fuck. I have, and holy fuck.
So good.
Holy fuck. So fucking good.
Yeah.
The what?
Oh, we got Daniel in here. What's up, Daniel?
Oh, that's
Hello.
not. This is. That's not Daniel
the other
from chat.
That's not
No,
Daniel
Dan-
from chat.
But
This
you can
is-
say
that's
it's
my
excited.
Republican Daniel.
This is
That's my
MAGA
Republican
Yeah.
Daniel.
There we go.
Yeah.
Why? No, Republican Daniel is. But you know what? I'll run with. I'll run it. You know what, dude? I'll go with MAGA Daniel.
MAGA Daniel. This is MAGA Daniel.
I didn't say MAGA Daniel because you do hang out
You
with the
did.
guys.
Jordan
You hang
did.
out with the boys. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Yeah. All right. I'll take it.
Yeah. We were just we were just talking about the goings on with the tariffs.
The tariffs.
The tariffs. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Well, nothing. I mean, he got, you know, he had no choice. He had to back off. That's why we have the 90-day thing. The bond markets were tanking. Like, he had no choice. And my guess is that Besant probably told him, like, fucking do this pause or I'm walking. And now Besant is actually in the room and he's making deals, which is what Trump should have been fucking doing in the first place. Instead of these tariff things.
You know
he
what?
should have just been negotiating.
Dude, he got their attention.
Yeah, not in a good way,
They're in
though.
the rooms now.
Not in a good
They're
way.
all in the rooms.
Not in a
Everybody's
good
in the
way.
room
Because like
now.
he did this in his last term, right? He did the USMCA. He negotiated with Mexico and Canada before, and so
Well, he did this one on like a mass scale, like way more, right?
yeah, it just wasn't necessary. And we're still gonna have to see how this all turns out. China just announced 84% tariffs now, so we're gonna keep escalating, I guess. He sounds like he's gonna announce tariffs on pharmaceuticals, which is a terrible idea. Like as if medicine
Sounds like a great idea.
As if medicine isn't
Overly
already
priced.
expensive enough.
Depends. I agree. It depends. I think we could reduce the amount of medicine that we prescribe out there.
Yeah, but tariffs aren't the way to do it, my guy. Tariffs are not the way to do it because people need medicine now, right? They can't wait for us to get the manufacturing up. That's something where like a tariff can be devastating. So I hope they figure that one out. It's just look, all due respect to your guy, I just think this was a big flub, and I hope he pulls back on a lot of this and takes a better approach going forward.
And I do want to inject myself for just a quick second. I'm gonna absolutely retract and just let you guys hang. But Daniel, does this show you that there is no plan in place? Because I feel like there is absolutely no plan in place right now. There is no fundamental goal at the end of this. There's been no demands. There's been no negotiations that have taken place. It's just a ton of fucking threats and a ton of step backs. This is like we have paused tariffs 3 times now, and nobody knows what the fuck we are even going to gain from this. And it looks like to me that this is a weak regime that has absolutely no plan in place for how they're going to move forward. They think that they have a fundamental understanding of how to make the country better, but they have no plan to actually implement what they're trying to do. Tariffs are not a good way. And that's what I'm going to say, and I'm going to back out.
You can still hang around.
Well, I did no, but yeah, but you know what it is too. It's not just that they don't have a plan. They're not even communicating. Like one person in the cabinet will go on the news and say, "Oh, he's thinking about a pause," and then Trump goes, "Oh no, we're not thinking about a pause." It's not. It's inconsistent messaging too. He'll say, "Maybe we'll have tariffs. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll take them away. Maybe we won't. Maybe we." Like there's no cohesive message, and that's what really is tanking the market. The fact that there is no cohesive messaging. He'll go on the news and be like,
the
yeah,
volatility is part
maybe
of it,
we
but
are, maybe we are, maybe
the
we
real
are,
thing that
maybe
tanked
we
the
are.
market was, I think, the tariffs themselves was what tanked the market.
It's the uncertainty, because there's no
The uncertainty
knowing what's gonna happen.
exacerbated it, but
Right.
it was definitely the implementation, because we saw it 1-to-1 when the tariffs went into effect. That's when the market dropped. When the 90-day pause was announced, that's when the market bounced back.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll see what happens after 90 days.
I think of it like this. I say we're going to keep 10% tariffs on every country. We renegotiate better trade deals with every country, and China's isolated by by these moves that Trump's trying to gain the world on our side in renegotiating better trade deals with China. And then ultimately, by the end of all this, the markets will be up and we will have won.
I think that's a very, very, very optimistic outlook, and I don't think it's going to play out that way. I think
Whatever,
I think
dude.
I'm seeing
I felt optimistic since last year, and dude, I've just been winning. I'm just kidding.
Well, so here's what I think is going to happen. I think 10% tariffs on everybody is going to raise prices for Americans. It's going to be several years before we can even, like I've said before, even implement the sort of manufacturing that we want to do. And in the meanwhile, raw materials that we will have to buy no matter what, even if we do the manufacturing here, will rise in prices. Those costs are going to be passed on to us eventually, and then as we continue to do this, we're not isolating China. We're actually driving. All right, we'll see you later, Casper. Talk to you later. Love you. Bye.
All right, bye, Casper. She must have definitely thought I was the chat Daniel.
No, she had to leave. But and then rather than isolating China, we're actually pushing our allies that we're now trying to tariff right into the arms of China's trade. And
I don't think we are. I don't know.
Yes, we are.
Based on what? They look at China and they say China's not giving us any tariffs. The U.S. we can't predict them. They have all of these tariffs. China, let's say the U.S. starts manufacturing.
And then I saw, real quick,
hang on.
China's
Let me just finish.
Too. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, the world market is crashing.
All up with that, too.
The world market is crashing.
Yeah.
So China's going to be affected by that too.
Power move over here.
Okay, chill.
We are fucking up the world. That's good.
Yeah, so great, so wonderful. That's going to make them trust us so much. No, what's going to happen?
A phenomenal job at renegotiation, so America's not going to
it doesn't.
Over.
No, it
what
doesn't.
it does is it gives them an opportunity to go to somebody cheaper. So if we start manufacturing here, our stuff,
it's going to be insane.
Hang on, our stuff is going to get more expensive. There are other countries that are doing, like the EU is going to do retaliatory tariffs. That means buying from us is going to be more expensive. Whereas China is not putting tariffs on anybody but us, which means that their products are going to be less expensive than ours, because they are already less expensive than ours. So there's no reason why they're going to come to us and buy from us when they have a cheaper option from China, and B, a more stable option from China that they don't have to worry about suddenly tariffing them, and C, someone who hasn't gone and turned around on them. Like, I don't see where this idea that we're somehow going to come out of this on top is coming from.
I still look at this point. At this point, sorry, real quick, I'll just say this. At the state we're currently in, where I tell the most optimistic view and you tell the pessimistic view, we just have to wait and see.
It's not a pessimistic view. Also, you got to understand, China already has the manufacturing in place that we don't have. So they're good.
Yeah, they have
they've been working on ahead of, because they've been working on their manufacturing.
They're already talking to Japan and South Korea about joining together to apply tariffs back on us and establishing new trade deals between them. These are conversations that are already ongoing. Japan is the country that holds the most amount of U.S.
R.I.P. Shinzo Abe, a great friend of Trump. I remember Trump. I forgot what podcast he was on. I know. That's why I said R.I.P. I started with R.I.P.
Oh, R.I.P. Well,
Abe, a great friend of Trump.
Yeah, regardless.
I remember listening to Trump break down Japan. He's like, I remember talking to him, and I said, you're totally screwing us on all these deals. He's like, there's like no reason why we should be making any kind of business. He's like, yeah. He's like,
What
yeah, I
deals were they
completely agree, but
screwing us
that's
on? He's just lying.
whatever trade deals. Is he?
That's
Yeah.
just a simplified view. It's just saying, oh, they're just screwing us over. You gotta understand. Like I was using an example that I seen, like making a pencil. Right? We get the wood from what? Even if the think about the tariffs. We get the wood from one place, the graphite that goes in the pencil, the eraser, which is rubber, we get it from a different country. So all of that stuff is going to be tariffed. And guess what? Even though we manufacture the pencil here, we're still going to pay more than we were before.
For the raw materials.
Does that make sense?
Just don't, because there's materials that we just don't possess.
Because the raw material, you got it. Because there's materials we don't have. You got it. You got it, boy.
I've been explaining this to like a bunch of people lately. Okay. Yeah, man. I like what he keeps pointing to, and this is the big thing that's sort of like boggling my mind, is blowing my head up through this whole tariff discussion, is they keep talking about trade deficits. But I think you and I talked about this the other day, right? There's literally nothing bad about a trade deficit at all. All it means is we buy more from them than they buy from us. That's it. It doesn't mean we're getting screwed. It doesn't mean we're getting cheated. It's just we buy more specific things from them than they buy from us. Now, they probably buy other things from us. They may buy services. They might buy all of these other things. But it's not like we're losing money as a part of that deal. So, like, one example that I love to use because it sort of illustrates it is this. You have a trade deficit with Ralph's. Right? So when you go buy your food and whatever from Ralph's, right? You get your food because that's what they offer. They don't buy anything from you. You buy it from Ralph's. But you're not going to consider that interaction to be a necessarily unfair interaction, right? That's just how commerce works. That's just how capitalism works. You buy what you need. They might need more from us. We might need more from them. There are also other countries that we've placed tariffs on that we have a trade surplus with. And it doesn't even make sense because that's how they said they were calculating it. The idea that we're getting screwed by trade deficits is just not a real thing in economics. Trade deficits are not something that it's an accounting thing, right? It's not like it has nothing to do with how we make money, how they make money. It has to do with how we get our products, what we spend them on, and so on. You know, having a trade deficit is not a bad thing.
Right. And it also
I don't know,
it also
man.
depends.
The word deficit is usually
No, so this is the problem. This is the problem. People take the word deficit and they assume that to mean that, oh, you know, like where it's less money, blah blah blah. But a trade deficit is like that's a super normal thing. It's literally totally normal how it works. It's not even something that we calculate in.
But is it good? It doesn't matter if it's
GDP.
normal. Things that are normal don't
it's
have to
totally
necessarily
fine.
be our best benefit.
It's totally fine. It's not a matter of good or bad. It just is. That's what I'm saying. It's not a thing that adds or
Is there a way
subtracts.
to not have such massive trade deficits?
Not if we want to keep
no,
having
not
things that we
really.
have.
Yeah,
No, but again, the problem is you're looking at a trade deficit like it's a thing that we need to fix. It's not. It's not like a problem. It's an accounting.
It is if we could
number.
save $100 billion in it.
We're not saving $100 billion.
We're not
by
losing.
reducing a trade deficit.
No. The
so
consumer,
for example,
at the end of the day, is
for
going to end up
example,
paying
when you
the
and I
tariff,
buy
us.
some shit that came from China or Japan or somewhere else, or we buy something that's assembled here that has something that comes from China or whatever, that adds to the trade deficit. That's all it is. It's just an accounting. That's it. It's not even government money a lot of the time. Most of it's going to be consumer money.
What if all the tariffs that go through? I heard there's a lot of moves already being made by companies trying to bring back, factory working here in America. I mean, what if we do just kind of expedite that situation and we
like
create a booming industry here in America all throughout?
So
we
here's the
revive
problem.
cities like Detroit
Here's the thing. Like, what if? Here's the thing. The reason why Detroit was what it was because we were shipping our cars overseas. Our companies still make those cars. They make them, a lot of them, elsewhere, or they make the parts elsewhere because it's cheaper. And if we want those companies to be able to compete, they have to be able to compete at a certain price point. If we bring that here, if we force that business to come here and tariff the raw materials that we're using to manufacture, and until we build that industry, tariff the parts that we're using to manufacture, well, we're just making them less competitive, which means there's going to be less exports anyway.
Well, here's the thing. If we're such a dominant factor, maybe we just tariff the hell out of anybody who would be our competition outside of the U.S., and then that'll equal the market.
So then every other country outside of the U.S. will just buy from those countries instead of us because it'll be cheaper.
Again, also you can't expect every country to buy stuff from us.
No, I mean,
just
like,
because
not we'll
we buy something from them.
Not we'll see. If you're in another country and you have American cars that are more expensive due to the tariffs, and you have German cars or Japanese cars that are less expensive, they essentially do the same thing. There's not really any big difference between them, right? Quality is going to be about the same. Which one are you going to
buy? Also, like what I'm saying is that...
disagree.
No, we can't agree and disagree. No. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Come on, Daniel.
No.
How is it not? How is it not?
But Jordan, you argument over everything all the time. So it's like, it's a good point, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a factual point.
How is it not a factual point?
Because people are going to negotiate with Trump, bro. Like, that's
they're going to negotiate with Trump. It's still going to be more. Even if they negotiate with Trump, even if all the tariffs go down to zero, even if all the tariffs go down to zero, our labor costs will necessarily make it more expensive.
All right.
We're not making more money from that. A tariff is a tax on the people, not on the country.
So we're not talking. We're saying
those tariffs are not going into the government, and the government is using it to pay for education or this. It's not. That's not how tariffs work.
I know. I understand that.
Okay, but then also he wants everybody to buy stuff from us. There's countries who are very poor.
I love that. That makes
Hold on. There's countries that are very poor, that cannot afford.
I got a great counter argument for that one, Jordan. Go ahead.
No, hold on.
Andy, go ahead.
Hold on, right? There's countries that are very, very, very poor that can't afford to buy stuff from us. But we can buy stuff from them because they have the raw materials that we need. We can't force them to buy stuff from us when they don't have the money to pay for that.
So, Candy, this is the last point and then I'm just gonna ask you to
real
let
quick,
us argue because I want to go one-to-one with Daniel on this. I can't deal with everybody trying to talk about each other.
One-to-one. Hold on, let me say this. I didn't want to go one-to-one. I wanted to play Rocket League and listen to you guys.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
But I was just gonna say this because you said it was gonna make everything more expensive.
Yeah.
Who knows to what degree? Who knows what kind of other deals can be cut out to lower the cost of that? But ultimately, I remember when Obama did something that I strongly agreed with, and I listened to Republican friends say a stupid-ass comment to me, and I snapped back to them. I mean, this one, obviously.
Go ahead, tell me.
It was when Obama decided to cut all deals with countries that use child labor and like any kind of forced labor. And it was like, it largely affected our silk market, I believe, and like a couple other things. And I remember this one girl going, oh, but that's going to end up making all these other products more expensive. And I go, yeah, I'd rather pay a little more for a product than know that I got it cheaper off the blood of children. You know?
Here's the thing.
Which was,
there is a fundamental.
Like, okay, I understand. That's wrong.
That's wrong. A fundamental.
No, wait. Let me finish this point, please, and then I'll listen. So let me finish this point. I believe in rebuilding the self-reliancy of America, and at that same cost, if we need to start putting more people in factories and creating more mines, and then doing it through a highly regulated way that's safe for our workers, but also becoming more reliant on America and putting more money and more attention into the rebuilding of this country. So maybe if a World War III time were to ever come, we wouldn't be heavily reliant on other countries for materials because we could be a very self-reliant country. I believe in investing in that.
Okay. So let me explain, because that's a lovely image, right? And I would love that too, right? That would be awesome. But the reality that we're facing is that there are big barriers to that being the case. Barriers that in some cases are impossible to overcome, and in other cases make no sense for us to overcome. There's a reason why we build things in other countries, right? There's a reason why we source materials from other countries. Is because over time, since the time like World War II, wages, labor laws, all of these things that we've put into effect to protect the American populace have made it so that it is more expensive to manufacture things in America. There are still some things we can get away with doing by manufacturing them in America because they're not inherently that much more expensive, right? But when it comes to certain things, certain cars, certain different materials, right? Doing them here, there's no chance that we could do it without making it more expensive. So, for example, one of the examples that I've seen recently is that if we started manufacturing iPhones completely in America, they would cost over $3,000, right? This has been coming out recently. Apple has been saying this recently. There's just no way around the fact that it gets more expensive to do it here. Now, what Obama did back then is he said, we're not going to go with any country that uses child labor. Right? And what happened was those countries worked to eliminate child labor. So we didn't actually add any new pricing to that, which is inherently different from what we're doing with tariffs and from what we'd be doing by, forcing labor to come back into the United States. We are essentially adding a tax for the American people on top of what they are already paying in a time where our money goes not as far as it used to as well. Americans can't handle paying more money for this kind of stuff right now. We don't, in general, we just don't have the money to kind of afford that, Car prices, they're saying, could increase by $5,000 to $10,000, right? A car. Just on the tariffs, let alone how much it's going to cost to continue manufacturing them entirely within the United States. And so we're faced with a situation where, yeah, we want to see this happen, but we, A, have to deal with the rising prices that's going to come there. B, we have to deal with the fact that our population is not trained nor generally good at building these kinds of things. So it's going to take a long time to actually get the kinds of workers who are efficient and good at doing this. It's going to take probably like a decade, maybe more. And then C, we're going to have to deal with the fact that even when we do start manufacturing these cars, we're now making them necessarily less competitive than our than foreign counterparts because we've made them more expensive by virtue of forcing them to manufacture here. These are all things that are against our favor. And meanwhile, China, which is changing nothing about anything that they're doing other than saying, okay, US, we're just going to tariff you and make sure that your people pay more for our stuff, is going to look at all of these other countries who are also, having problems with what we're doing and saying, well, hey, you can come here and start buying stuff from us instead. We're not going to put tariffs on you. We're going to work out great trade deals with you. You don't have to worry about us turning on you and forcing you to do this stuff. Come on over. And there's no reason why they won't. And I guess Daniel sent me this.
Nah, brother, I was listening to you. My rebuttal to that, pessimism.
Is that
you pessimism? Are just one. I'm just kidding. I listened to a lot of what you said.
No, hang on, Candy.
In the beginning, I was like, listen. I tell you, man, look.
Love you too, buddy.
I understand. You don't believe it's as practical. To me, it still should be done. It still should be something that we put energy towards rebuilding markets in America.
For American product.
When you look at how bad, I mean, yeah,
a lot of people are. And people outside of our country don't give two shits about paying more for American products. They give two shits about saving money, right? So I just don't think it's going to work the way we think it's going to work. Not in the way that we're doing it, right? There are ways to do it that I think would be way better. Like the USMCA was great, what Trump did in his first term, right? Negotiating better deals with Canada that allowed us to get resources we needed at lower prices, right? So we could do construction and manufacturing at lower costs here in the United States. That was a very constructive deal. That was a good way to do things, right? There's a lot of ways for us to do that that don't antagonize the world trade market, that don't put us in a position where people want to go and make deals with our international adversaries. I think this was a big misstep. And, you know, it seems like they think it might have been a big misstep because it seems like they're pulling back on it. We'll see.
Nah, dude. This is all part of art of the deal, dude. If you ever read Art of the Deal, like this is like literally like textbook, dude. And he already said he was going to do all of this.
So that doesn't really make sense if you look at the bond market and when they decided to do the 90-day extension.
Yeah. I know. I'm just fucking with you. I never read Art of the Deal.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I'm just saying. Look, I agree that what you're saying is like
man, we
an
ain't
ideal situation.
We ain't losing yet.
I want America to do well. I want our products to do well. I want to see that world that you painted.
I want all those things too.
I would love that.
I don't think everybody in your chat wants that.
I think everyone in this chat wants that. I don't know. I don't
know
about
chat, correct.
Yeah, in this voice chat and in my stream chat, everybody here, I believe, wants that. They do. We just, we disagree about the methods of doing it, and I think that I think you can have like a very realistic outlook on this and not be as, I guess, as you would describe it, pessimistic as I'm being. Certainly the 90-day pause gives me some hope that they will scramble to work something out. I think to me, for Trump, it's all about saving face. And so he's going to try to find a way to do this so that he can come back and say, hey, look, I negotiated this deal when, I will be the first to tell you in reality, he probably could have negotiated the deal without doing all of this. But I hope that's what he does because, this kind of volatility in the market is not good for anybody. And Japan selling off bonds is really, really, really bad for us as a country. So that's where I hope we go. I'm more hopeful than I was a few days ago. That's for sure. But I think hopeful that he will do the sorts of things that I'm talking about, right? And not the tariffs and stuff that he was talking about.
I'm telling you right now, your hope should always remain high. We're in good hands.
Hey, look, I'm an optimistic guy.
Much better hands than the last time, that's for sure.
I'm an optimistic guy, especially when I see them doing the smart thing, which was doing a pause and giving themselves an out. Because the tariffs, especially the way they did them, bad idea genes.
Right. Well, and I'm going to agree with what Jordan said, because even if, let's say for some reason we manage to bring manufacturing
Wait. Somebody stop the presses. Candy, you're agreeing with me?
Shut up. Shut up. Listen, even if we manage to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. and we're making our own stuff, does that necessarily mean the prices will go down? No, because we still got tariff on materials. Because there's no way we have every material for everything that's ever been. We don't have an enormous amount of cotton fields where we can make cottons to make T-shirts. We have to get that from somewhere else. And if that's tariff,
whoa, dude, what? This country was founded on cotton fields.
Oh my God! I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. Oh my
God! Holy shit! There's another.
Oh, that's so funny. Right. That's so funny, dude.
But do we still work those cotton fields?
That was so funny. I knew the second you said something, I was like, I knew that it was going. Oh my God. That's so funny.
I suspected something like that was coming my way. But we no longer work those fields, do we?
No.
So, yeah. So, right there, we don't have that cotton anymore. So, we gotta get it from somewhere else. So, now that T-shirt, even though we're manufacturing it here, we got to pay the tariff for the cotton to bring it here.
Yeah. Oh, Daniel in chat says, to you, Daniel. He says, I want you to keep that hope high. When the next Democratic president gets elected, your hope should always remain high.
Yeah, dude, I heard it's going to be President AOC and Vice President Jasmine Crockett.
Oh, no, I don't think that's going to happen.
That's the future of the Democratic Party.
AOC is way too young. She needs more time to mature.
She'll be presidential age next election.
Daniel,
yeah, but it's still she needs a little bit more time to mature.
Trust me, dude. It's a complete sarcastic response.
Daniel, are you a friend and a fan of combat sports? Like, do you like watching boxing and shit like that?
I'm a dude, man. I just made a boxing movie and it was pretty cool, and I can't wait till that comes out. And then I'm a
guys,
MMA guy. You big UFC
Scarecrow.
guy.
So you know, Daniel is an IRL friend of mine.
IRL.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
In real life.
Enough. As soon as he said that this country was founded on cotton fields, I have to ask you, what was the combat sports industry founded on in the early days?
Dude, just so you know,
he was might be thinking of.
Just so you know,
are we talking about like Django? Are we talking about like Django
Scarecrow?
level?
Just so you're aware, he was absolutely like making a joke, right? Like he was just
fair.
yeah.
now that you said Django, I'm gonna make the joke as well. Like,
go
fuck yeah, bro. There would be no UFC if not
Mandingo
for, like,
fighting. Mandingo fighting.
Yeah. So
all right, boys.
boys. I think it dates back. I think it dates back farther than that, dude.
I've so
idolizing
real quick,
gladiators for a very long time.
Since we're getting close to the end of the stream, I kind of want to move us off for the topic. Daniel, I think I've given you some stuff to consider. We've had a good conversation here, but it's time for connections.
All right, what's that?
It's our dailies.
Wait, don't.
Is that where you mute me?
No, not at all.
No.
Yo, I got I beat Cyberpunk 4 times now, and so I got the Phantom Liberty expansion, and then when I do that. Once I do Phantom Liberty, I'm a wrap Cyberpunk. It's done.
So good. It's
such
a good addition.
What was your main sector? What was your main
Nomad?
Fucking badass. Yeah. I like this guy already. I like this guy
Nomad
already.
all the way.
Yeah, for sure. I was a street kid at first, but yeah, Nomad is fucking sick. It's sick.
I did 4 different endings. I did everything except for the devil ending, which is where you choose to side with the girl that offers you the deal, and then you go in alone, I believe, and fight everybody. But I did the one with what was it? You take off with Pan Am. That was the first one I chose. And then I did the one where you commit suicide. That was pretty cool.
The Corpo ending, where you actually just like blow your shit at the end?
Dude, you could just choose that at any one of them. But as Corpo, I did what I do. I did the ending where I go to space, bro. And then I did it. And then I thought that was cool as hell too. And then I went back and I did it again where I let Johnny take my body. And then I just saw what the Johnny ending was like. And I was like, oh, this is cool also. Johnny gets his own little weird ending where you go to the tombstone or like the grave area and you have a little kid like usher you around, you pick up a guitar and shit. So I was like, okay, so those were the 4 ones I did. Yeah, and then I'm gonna do the Phantom Liberty now. I already got it downloaded, ready to go. I was gonna start it tonight and probably beat it by tomorrow.
Well, Phantom Liberty, I did that as well. It's fucking amazing. Such a good DLC.
Yeah, that's what everyone says. Yeah, people say it's a good DLC. I like
10
good DLC.
10 times as good as the core game, I would say.
Wow, but that's really high. I was not expecting. I was expecting it to be like the best level.
It's big, but I was a Cyberpunk fan when it first came out, when it had all the bugs and everybody was like on it. I was definitely like on the non-salty Reddits when it first came out. But I did play Phantom Liberty. It's amazing, and now they're coming out with Cyberpunk 2, and they actually have confirmed it. And The Witcher 4 is coming out, which is
the trailer of The Witcher 4 looks fucking incredible. I can't wait. Yeah. I can't wait for that game. Joy, would you agree with that? Would you believe Phantom Liberty is better than the main game?
I think I don't know. I mean, it's.
I don't know. You're currently you're currently on already such a like a middle that I'm like, maybe it's really that fucking great. I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited,
it's
dude.
really,
I'm
really,
excited.
really good. It's really,
There
really
you
good.
go.
Yeah.
There you go, Jordan. But yeah,
That's all
you'll
I have to
a lot
say.
of-
It's really, really good.
Cool. Look
I
forward
love
to that.
Idris Elba as well. I think that he is
'Cause-
one of the best like British actors that I've ever seen. I loved Luther and I love Idris Elba. So it was really good for that aspect, but it also adds like several more mechanics that are very
Yeah,
fundamental.
this will probably come down to the second game I played the longest. Like the longest game I ever played was probably Red Dead 2. I played that for almost like
Yeah, that's-
90 hours, like 85 hours or so. I don't play games that long. I could beat a main storyline and beat a lot of side stuff and not 100% complete a game and be satisfied enough to walk away from it. And I don't really pick games back up. But Red Dead 2, this is probably going to come in at number 2. Maybe Skyrim, maybe. I actually haven't double checked how many hours I put in Skyrim, but I know it's less than Red Dead 2. So
I'm trying to get back into that because of the mods. I heard that they have like ultra
dude, the mods on Skyrim are fucking phenomenal. I played it. I beat it with no mods all the way through the main, and maybe I think I did like the werewolf, the companions guild or something like that. I did those with no mods. But then when I did the mods, I did all the other guild quests and stuff with a shit ton of mods added. Dude, the skies constantly look like you're tripping balls. You could have way more dragons, like so many different types of dragons. I mean, like literally 3 times as many dragons, and they all got crazy abilities. Like I thought that was the coolest of all the mods.
Graphics as well, yeah. Like
Yeah, the
Skyrim
dragons
is
that
John Wick
that shit
now.
made the game like it made it like a brand new game. You're like, oh, okay, this is really cool. You get like overwhelmed by how many dragons and how many NPCs are fighting dragons around you, or like bears are fighting, you know. But yeah.
Do you have VR? Have you played it on VR yet?
Never played VR in my life yet, other
Holy
than
shit.
like inside like Disney or something.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I hear Skyrim VR with the mods is fucking amazing. Jordan,
Yeah, I can
I'm gonna go to
imagine.
the stream right now. I have to.
Yeah, my bad, Jordan. I intercepted your chat with video.
I'm
games.
in the middle of connections here.
What is that?
Foxglove, Foxhole, Foxtrot.
Foxtrot all day.
I don't know.
I think so.
Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
One away.
I don't know.
Ooh.
I don't know what the other one is. You saw I stopped at Foxtrot. Because I don't know Fox.
Is it Hound? Nope, I'm still one away. Fuck. How am I still one away? So that means it was something else. It's got to be Glove.
I don't know.
Yes! Foxbat is a thing, by the way.
Fox.
The MiG-25 Foxbat, motherfuckers.
I've never heard of a foxglove.
I think it's a type of plant. Right?
Jordan,
or a flower or something.
Donate to Mika's stream, man. Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go to donate to Mika's stream? Mika's birthday stream.
The link should be in my about section.
Hold on. About
Animals in the Witch's Brew in Macbeth. Okay. Now Time Guesser.
Time Guesser. Let's fucking go.
Let's go. We got our daily.
You're going to do the Jasmine Crockett thing, right?
I will do... How long is it?
It's not long.
Okay, yeah, we'll watch it.
Oh, do you play any games, Candy?
She has an N64 with 54 games, bro.
Wow. a lot of games.
I do, but I also have a PS4. And I play, but not as much as I used to. It's hard to find the time to game like, I used to fucking hardcore Call of Duty and all kinds of other games. Now I just play boxing games like Minecraft.
Whoa, what happened
Ooh,
to
her
your
mic
sound?
cut out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
À la
Sorry.
place
You good.
Clichy. It's gotta be like Paris or something, right? Fuck.
Sorry.
And like
now
a
I just play
long
kind of
ass
like
time ago, like the early 1900s, maybe.
I used to be into D&D too, hardcore. I was hardcore to D&D for.
Should get a fucking Baldur's Gate stream, legit. We should definitely do this.
What?
You know what? 3 games I don't know if I'll ever play, but I really want to play. Elden Ring. Is that game worth playing?
Only if you like to get raped in your asshole.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If you have. Thanks, YouTube.
Nice.
Sorry,
we're on YouTube as well, good buddy.
Oh fuck!
I don't know if that one's cleared.
Yeah.
I don't know if that one's cleared.
Yeah.
Only if
You
you
say
like
that
to
in the
get R'd
Patreon.
in the A. Only if you like to get R'd in the
Wow.
A.
You can say graped.
Grape in your bum in your bum socket.
In your bungus.
There you go. In your bungus fungus.
Yeah.
That game killed me from the first moment that I fucking booted it up. And I was so...
Yeah, it's rough.
Masochistic. I was so masochistic that I didn't only buy it on my Xbox, I bought it on my computer, and I still got graped in my bungus. 100%, dude. Holy shit.
Okay, I don't know exactly where this is. I can't find it, but I'm just gonna say somewhere in like the middle, fucking here, right? Somewhere in the middle of here. We'll
I didn't know you were on YouTube.
Why not?
Sorry, buddy.
And then we're gonna go with like 1900 because it looks old. 1933. This looks so old for 1933, but I was real close. Shit. We're off to a bad start. Rosencrantz Gate.
I apologize again, man. That's terrible.
You're fine. You're fine.
Well, I'm not. That was horrible. But yes, Elden Ring is a experience that only...
It's like Germany or... We're not getting a good score tonight, boys. Not getting a good score tonight.
I'm doing 5 as well. My name is Chungus in the Bungus.
About to try Bloodborne. Nice, nice. We'll go Frankfurt and we'll say 1940. No, we're off. This is bad. I already know this is bad. I'm making a mistake here. Yeah. Norway? How was I supposed to know that? 20 years off. Ugh. No. Bad time tonight. Oh, this is Nepal. Because I know the flag. We'll say Kathmandu. Because where else is it going to be? It's Nepal, and who knows. Say Kathmandu. And does anybody have like a phone that can place a time here? The clothes look like pretty modern. Oh yeah, people have got smartphones or digital cameras. I can't tell. Smartphones, I think. Yeah, smartphones.
Oh. You know what game I'm playing? Shit, who sent me up? Q.
There you go, brother. There's another 5 for Mika's birthday stream. There you go, brother.
You absolute boss. Thank you so much.
She's
Dubs.
a queen. She's a queen. She's a
Dubs.
queen. She has to have the finest.
Dubs for Scarecrow in chat, guys. Dubs and Scarecrow. Dubs for Scarecrow in chat. Thank you so much. I know she appreciates it. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, Casper, that's Scarecrow. We're going to say 2015. Love you too, buddy. Thanks so much. Mika's real appreciative. 2015. 2 years off. Okay. And I was 7.3 miles away. Okay.
You know what? Fucking A. Okay. Killing it.
We're still not cracking 40,000 today, but, you know, we'll get something out of it. Oh, no. This is bad. Oh, no. Was this like Ghana? Fuck. in like the 70s, maybe? Or is it Switzerland? Because this is a Swiss flag. I feel like that's... Yeah, the buildings look like it's in Africa, maybe? Ghana? Or Mali, maybe? Fuck.
Dude, have you guys watched fucking The White Lotus at all?
No, I haven't.
Dude, watch that shit. That shit is
with
fucking...
Mali. We'll go with Mali because we know, because I feel like that's Mali, but I don't know. It might be Ghana. I don't know. And we're going to say 75. Nice. Senegal. Okay.
Scarecrow.
Yeah, what's up?
I got it right on the money for the year, though.
So I just finished. I'm watching it in real time, and the last episode came out last Sunday. So I just finished
the new season.
Yeah, it's crazy as fuck. It's the best season I've seen. It has Walton Goggins from fucking Fallout or Righteous Gemstones or The Hateful Eight. He was in all those shows. Walton Goggins is one of my favorite fucking actors. I love him so fucking much.
I'll tell you, I saw for the first season, and it was disgusting, and I never watched it again.
I don't blame you. There was definitely a gay man that was like absolutely rim jobbing some guy.
No, not that, not that. It's the first season was basically how the girl, talked the fucking guy from Hawaii into breaking into the hotel room and then left him hanging there. I
don't want to give too many spoilers because it really is a fucking good show. It's awesome show.
It's not. It's a bunch of white privileged people treating everybody else like garbage.
Yeah, it's not a good score today, boys. 33,000. Not great.
It's exactly what it is. Treating everyone else around them like trash.
All right,
and it's disgusting.
None of them
gonna watch this.
They all lose.
Thing.
You're gonna love this. Is gonna make your day. I'm sorry that I couldn't. I tried to find the clip by itself, but I couldn't find it.
Fine.
It's the only place I found.
I'll never live this life
really
anyway. Like,
Look, listen to this. Listen to this. Watch this.
I think this is a really solid.
Okay, 21.
Let us off of this cliff, and now we're all kind of struggling. Check out Jasmine Crockett exposing Trump.
And I'm gonna veer off for 2 seconds because all I kept hearing was fire. Fire, fire, fire is what I heard. And as I heard fire, it seems like we are talking about an administration that has been hell-bent on firing government workers. They are hell-bent on engaging in fire sales of our government buildings. And while we are at it, they are lighting the Social Security on fire, Medicaid on fire, Medicare on fire, 401ks on fire, Department of Education on fire. And instead, what we need to light on fire are Trump's tariffs. In fact, we could probably go a little bit further and fire this incompetent administration. But if we are going to talk about efficiency and worry about some solar paneled whatevers, let's talk about the fact that as of March 30th, Trump's golfing has cost us approximately $26 million. And the last time I checked, we're not getting anything in return for that. So I will get back on my remarks, but I just wanted to point out that maybe we need to talk about the president and his golfing habits. In fact, he decided that he was going to golf as the markets were tanking. He decided he was going to golf instead of receiving 4 heroes who died serving this country. He is decided.
Yes, the Lithuanians. That shit was real sad. That was kind of fucked.
That he wanted to play games.
Or in Lithuania, not Lithuanians.
While the rest of us are really trying to make sure that we can serve the American people. So
very well said. I can't tell what's more disgusting, that Trump golfed while the stock market was melting down which he caused, or that Trump decided to skip the dignified transfer of 4 U.S. soldiers that died in Lithuania to golf. Check out Jasmine Crockett even more.
In the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
Very well said. And you know what I love about Representative Crockett? Well, a lot of things, but conservatives.
That was fun. I liked that.
I know. She was like, you can't pay us enough to find a plantation. I was like, oh, shit. But I couldn't find the clip by itself. It's a shame. Maybe it'll pop up later, but I wanted to see like the whole thing. But it's just that clip and those 2 clips. But yeah, I thought it was great though.
So, Scarecrow, we're gonna save that Russell Brand video for next time, if that's all right.
The one that he got sexual assault and.
Well, he goes into the allegations, and I just want to give us some more time to do it because we're kind of at the end of the of the stream, and I kind of wanted to. There was a song I wanted to play. That I thought was really powerful and impactful, you know, among all the situation we've been sort of seeing with the immigration and all of that. But in order to do that, of course, I have to end the YouTube stream because, you know, YouTube's not going to let me play it. So everybody on YouTube, thanks for tuning in. If you want to watch this song with us, jump over to Kick. www.kick.com/JordanWorld. Bye-bye.